Good evening, everyone. It's a little after 6. Hopefully you can all hear me. But obviously we'll give a few more minutes here since we're still missing a handful of people. Miranda, what are we expecting a full room for the work session, or are there trustees where we know are going to be out tonight?
The only trustee I had heard from was Trustee Danforth, who was running late. I have not heard from anyone else. I can send them a message and see if they're jumping on.
Yeah, I don't see Eric or Tanya.
Yeah,
obviously, I know obviously I know Lindsay was stuck on the closure of I-70 today.
Yeah, let me send them a message and see. There's Eric.
Oh, there we go.
I just sent a message to Tanya.
And I'm guessing Hannah and Andrew are presenting from Raftelis?
That is correct. And I didn't know,
Okay.
Hannah, did you want to share screen or did you want me to? I'm happy either way.
I can share my screen, Miranda.
Good.
All right. I think it's 6:04, and I believe we have all the trustees I know are going to be here tonight in attendance. So welcome everyone to the work session to talk about the water and sewer financial plan and rate study. I think I'm just going to hand this over. Miranda, are you going to introduce it all? Or are we going straight to our guest from Raftelis?
I think we're just going to go, unless Chris wants to do any introduction. Chris Pelletier, who's also on. My thought is Andrew and Hannah could take it over.
I'm prepared to introduce it, but I think, everyone knows what this is about. So I'm fine just handing the ball over to Andrew and Hannah.
All right. Well, this is a work session, so I just want to encourage trustees as we're going through, guys. I know there's a presentation. Kick in with questions as they are. This is supposed to be an informal chance to get our questions answered and decide how we want to move forward at the end of the work session. So, Andrew, I see you closing the windshield, trying to knock down the light a little bit over there. So, welcome.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, trustees, Chris, Miranda, and Karen. As was indicated in the packet, this is really following on from the previous meeting. Hard to believe, almost 6 weeks ago, on the first, where we had presented multiple options, and as we certainly got some questions and some feedback from that meeting. There was a request to have the study session, and so we don't have new information to present. We're going to be talking through essentially highlighting the alternatives and the options. So the presentation we've got prepared is just pretty brief, and so I'll briefly walk through those. It's highlighted in the board communication that was provided for this meeting as well. But really, we're just looking for direction. We've got a couple questions, both on the plant investment fees and the rate alternatives, and included, highlighting the staff recommendations. But as indicated, Mayor, it was really an opportunity to ask any additional questions. Our hope is, we'll receive direction today and be able to finalize our study and ultimately move forward with potential rates and fees effective in 2022. So as Hannah's getting the file up, I'm just going to do a brief run through. Again, this is just a refresh of some of the information that was presented on the first, and the intent is really to receive input and comment from the board in the time that we have today. So Hannah, if you jump to the next slide, we're going to talk about plant investment fees first. And just as a reminder, one of the items that we were tasked with was to evaluate and calculate maximum supportable water and wastewater plant investment fees. So what we see here is the maximum supportable if we were to implement right away to this level in 2022. We're calculating just over $40,000 for a 3/4 inch water meter compared to the fee that's in place today of $19,000, and a similar comparison as extended by meter size for sewer that we're able to support sewer plant investment fee starting with a 3/4 inch of just under $19,000, which is about a $1,700 increase over the current sewer plant investment fee. So if you go to the next slide. We presented financial plans that picked up a couple options when it comes to the plant investment fee. One would be that we maintain and just simply adjust for inflation the current fees, and just running through the 1.5-inch fees. This shows what those fees could be in 22, 23, and 24, and this is just maintaining the existing fees with inflation. The alternative that we presented, and this ultimately the staff recommendation for water, was instead of going to a maximum supportable fee right away with water effective in 2022, we proposed a 3-year phase-in where we get to the inflation adjusted maximum supportable fee in the final year, or in this case 2024, and we just take 3 steps to get there, as summarized, first in 22, then in 23, with the last step being taken in 2024. On the sewer side, if you can jump to that slide, Hannah, we've got a similar comparison in presentation. The difference between the maximum supportable with sewer relative to water, the gap isn't quite as large. And we had proposed or prepared a financial plan that had a 3-year phase-in for sewer as well. Just to kind of highlight, if we were to implement and go to the maximum supportable right away, while there's some additional revenue we would generate, it results in the same rate increases of the financial plan that we proposed under the phase-in. So just wanted to highlight that because I know there's a potential where we would phase in water and implement to the maximum supportable sewer plant investment fee in 2022. But this gives us a couple of the endpoints and one of the sets of scenarios we had presented in terms of the overall rate increases. The second area, and again, a little bit of just a refresher on the water and sewer rate structure options that were prepared and proposed and discussed in the early June meeting. Starting with the next slide and the layout of the current rate structure. For both water and sewer, the structure is very similar, where we've got a base fee for residential and a higher base fee for non-residential that is assessed monthly. And then a second component that is a volumetric or per 1,000 gallon aspect of the structure. And, you know, they work in tandem where we get kind of that fixed amount in the base fee, and then as customers use more, the usage fee results in a higher bill. So as a reminder, we had prepared 3 alternatives for water that we can see on the next slide that have either maintain a similar approach with the base and the volumetric structure, but have some differences that I just want to refresh and highlight here. Shown is the existing structure that we just talked about. Under alternative 1, under this structure, we would eliminate the fixed charges to the base fees, and we would seek to recover all of the revenue from the volumetric charges. So it results in certainly increasing the volume rates from $9.71 to $15.08 per 1,000 gallon. Under alternative 2, we've maintained the base concept as we do under alternative 3. And the difference here really is in how we're recovering the volume charges. Under alternative 2, we're proposing a 3-block or 3-tier inclining block volume rate structure for residential customers, and then maintaining a uniform rate structure for non-residential customers. So in both cases, the more you use, the bill would be higher, but how that is increased or assessed per 1,000 gallons is really where that difference is. And as we can see under alternative 3, this is most similar to the existing rate structure, where whether it's residential or non-residential, it's a single system-wide volume rate where we're looking to recover a portion of the cost, and then we've got the fixed monthly or the base fees in place as proposed. In general, it seemed like the initial reactions, you know, there was maybe some board members that, you know, leaning towards alternative 2, and that also happens to be the staff recommendation is laid out in the Board of Trustee memo accompanying this presentation. You know, briefly want to switch to sewer, and then I'll close the kind of the prepared slides. For sewer, we had 2 alternatives, and these are, you know, very similar to the water alternatives. In the case of alternative 1 under sewer, we're looking to accomplish, you know, the same goal by eliminating the fixed charge and looking to recover all of our costs through the volume rate per 1,000 gallons. As you can see, that would entail, you know, an increase in the volume rate for sewer. And then alternative 2 more closely mirrors the existing structure, where we've got a blend of the fixed charges in the base fee that increases a bit for non-residential customers, and then a volume metric component per 1,000 gallons for sewer that we would recover the remaining revenue through. Alternative 2 for sewer is the staff recommendation as well. And so with that, just kind of refresh and discussion of the different plan investment fees and rate alternatives. These are the 2 questions ultimately we're looking to hopefully get answered today in terms of water rate structure and sewer rate structure that may be preferred that we can move forward with and finalize our study, as well as options on the plant investment fee in terms of phased approach for water and or sewer, or adopting the full amount in a single year in 2022. So those are the questions that we're asking, but certainly with that, we open it up for any additional discussion, comments from the board, and really the intent of the work session we've got here today.
Thank you, Andrew. Nice summary of where it stands. Yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll basically just give every trustee an opportunity to ask any questions they have. Let's start with asking. I'm gonna go through and see if anyone has any questions, and then we'll have a second round where we kind of try to answer these questions that are posed to us. So let's first focus if there's any questions regarding the study, be it on the PIF fees or the rate structure fees for Raftellus, and then we'll come back again and do a second round where everyone can kind of weigh in on what their preferences are in terms of the PIF fee phased versus full amount and rate study alternatives. So I personally, my only question regarding these this whole study is these rate structures will all take effect, whichever one we choose, would take effect when we adopt the new budget. And so at the beginning of the next year, is that right? That may be a question for Miranda and Chris. This is not something we're going to phase in next month, but with the adoption of the new budget.
That's the intent.
Okay, that's what I wanted to just make sure and clarify. Thank you. Alan, do you have any questions for Raftelis or for town staff?
I do not.
Okay. Eric, how about you?
Yeah, I did notice on one of the slides when we were talking about base fees, it mentioned base fees per use. And so I don't have a lot of questions about the rate structure, but rather just the rate amounts themselves and whether or not these rate amounts were calculated based on Netherlands Code's current definition of use, or whether it was based on the idea of a single use being a single 3/4 inch tap.
Hannah, can you address that question?
Yep. Sorry, I was trying to figure out how to unmute myself. Yes, they were calculated based on the per use as the code current stood when we first started the study. So that means it's not the 3/4. It's not just per tap. It's as they were originally defined.
Right. So I mean, so if we would potentially be changing what use means in our code, would these numbers then be significantly altered?
They would not be significantly altered. The actual revenue from those multiple use meters, I don't know it off the top of my head, but these wouldn't shift the numbers upwards too much.
Okay. That is good to hear. And I suppose, I don't think this is actually a question for Raftelis, so maybe I'll just save it for later. But yeah, as I said, I'm much more concerned about the amounts for the rates rather than the structure. I think alternative 2 makes a lot of sense. The rate structure, I think, is perfectly acceptable. It's the amount that we're charging that I would really like to see lowered, but I don't know if that's really a question we can answer right now.
Thank you, Eric. Julian.
Yeah, a couple of questions. I agree with Eric, and I'm a little disappointed that we did this analysis per use when I thought we'd made it clear that we were moving away from the use as defined in the current code. But okay, because what we know is we have about 20 some residents that are currently paying for 2 uses, and under the new code, they're going to be paying for 1 use. So okay, that may not affect it much, but I kind of wish we were seeing those numbers. I'm sure you brought this up. I'm sure that this has been explained somewhere and I'm missing it, but I am a little curious about the water PIF almost doubling. And I remember having a conversation about this, but I'm not remembering the details. Could someone kind of help me understand why the water PIF has gone up by more than is more than doubling in this? What is it? Is it that we failed to take something into account earlier, or what?
Well, and certainly, Chris and Miranda, feel free to jump in. But at a high level, there's a few moving pieces. So I guess to start with, the current plan investment fee that was in place, the similar study that was done back in 2014, 2015, the board at the time decided to implement a fee that was 80% of what was the maximum supportable, or what was calculated as part of that study. So the 19,000 reflects, something, or in this case, about 20% below what that maximum supportable amount could have been. So that starts, bringing up the basis of it's not quite doubling. And then the other moving pieces are, as we followed the MIP that was completed by JVA, there was a very comprehensive evaluation of the existing water and wastewater system itself, the inventory of that system, and then also the other component of what it would cost to replace that system, and then the capital plan moving forward. So as those values had been updated in this study, and things cost more to build than they did historically, I think we got a little bit better enhanced inventory of the system as a whole. And then in terms of the capital projects, and this is where the kind of additional variable comes in, water rights and the cost to, in this case, reserve them in the reservoir, the project that we've got included in the capital plan, is much more expensive than what they were historically. And that's the case if you're out buying CBT units today versus 2014, or in the case of, what that right may be. So the combination of all those factors contributed to the increase in the plant investment fee that, on the surface is certainly doubling the fees that are being assessed today. But at a high level, those are, kind of the elements of the formula, if you will, that all contribute to much higher maximum supportable water plant investment fee.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. Tanya?
Okay, hi. Well, why are we so much higher though? That I understand that they underestimated it, the cost of the PIFs, but I just don't understand why we're so much more expensive than other communities of similar size. Where did we go wrong? I mean, I'm looking at 2024, just to get the water and sewer line put in your house in the town of Ned, you're going to spend over $60,000 before you even, start building. That right? I mean, are other communities also the cost of construction from now on for everywhere? Like, why us? Why Netherlands?
Well, and part of this, I mean, there's a couple elements, and just focusing in on the water fee. The physical infrastructure itself, and so the water treatment plant, the cost to replace that plant as it exists today and essentially build it anew is more expensive than it was the last time these fees were evaluated. So that contributes, but in terms of water rights, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just thought our plant was pretty new, but you're saying it's not, so we have to rebuild it or something?
Well, the analysis that we've completed is, what would it cost to replace the infrastructure we have today? So there's new developments tying into it. What is the replacement cost? And so an element of that, and I'd use the treatment plant as an example, it's a component of the water system. So that replacement cost has increased. It costs more if we were to build the plant today than it did when these fees were evaluated 7 years ago, just from the matter of, cost inflation, construction inflation. But I really want to focus a little bit on water rights, because that is a driver for communities that have a historic water portfolio that may have been obtained, 50, 100 years ago, even 25 years ago, and they're not out actively getting new water rights. Their embedded or sort of historical cost of their water rights are much lower. But those communities that are out purchasing or acquiring, or in the case of building new reservoirs, it's much more expensive today per acre foot, per tap really, than it was, 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. So that's a big contributor to this difference, or this gap, is that cost to have the water rights available, secured, and in place for new development. So that was something that we've got included in the calculated fee based on a planned or anticipated project that is certainly contributing to the increase, in addition to some of the other factors that I talked about in terms of the,
Okay,
the
but-
system itself.
Okay, so I guess I didn't realize we're going to have to rebuild.
Hey, Tanya,
our
you might want to
water
turn your video
plant.
off. You're really breaking up badly.
So we're
We
going to
missed all
have
that
to.
entire question.
Okay, so we're going to have to rebuild our entire water plant, is what you're saying, and that's what the extra cost is to accommodate the development in our community? Did you hear me?
It's not as much as like redoing the water plant. It's more new development connects to the system. What is the value of the system they're connecting into in terms of these types of capital recovery fees? So rather than basing it on embedded historical costs, we bring it to today's dollars when we assess and evaluate these maximum supportable water plant investment fees. So that's what we're doing here to say, historical customers, the town has built the system, new developments coming in and benefiting from a system that's constructed, ready to serve them with capacity. So what is the one-time fee for them to essentially be assessed to be on par with customers historically that have invested and built the system that's ready for new development to connect into? So that's kind of the conceptual rationale and manifesting itself in the maximum supportable fee for, in this case, a 3/4 inch meter.
I guess I didn't realize that you're saying the plant's at capacity, and so to add any more development, it would require a lot of infrastructure investment. Then that cost is higher now than it was when we built the plant, whenever the year was.
It's not as much as that the plant is at capacity, but the proportion of the plant that new development is benefiting from is what we're focusing in on. And not just, I use the water treatment plant as an example, but the pipelines, the pumps, the system as a whole, as well as
Right.
the planned water rights and reservoir. But so it's not as much rebuilding the
in the
system,
end,
it's determining. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, so in the end, it with these high costs of development it would probably discourage investors from wanting to build in Netherlands, perhaps. I mean, is that kind of the idea? Is that if we make it so expensive, then they really have to think twice about wanting to build?
I guess I don't know that that's the direct intent that we've got to discourage or encourage new development within Netherlands, but a philosophy that many communities maintain is that new growth should pay its own way, and these fees are a mechanism to help enable that with the water systems themselves. Now, as this is an additional cost to the land, cost of land or potentially a structure itself, it ends up being a cost that, may influence the cost to build, but it's not our intent to discourage or encourage. It's more to recover the value and the impact of the water and sewer systems that new development is tying into. And if the town weren't planning on growing and adding new development, then we may not necessarily have plans to expand some of the facilities, but it's really, we're not trying one way or the other to encourage or discourage new development. It's just fully recovering the impact if the maximum supportable fee is adopted for new development and their impact to the water and sewer systems.
Yeah, this is Chris. If I could just piggyback on that, these aren't arbitrary numbers to discourage development. These are real figures based on what the value of our current system is and what you as residents have paid into it and developed over the years. System ready for a developer to connect. I just want to make that clear. This is not a ploy to discourage development. That's not the case at all. These are just the value of our system.
Okay.
And
Well,
Tanya,
I mean,
I
I'm,
can also add to that a little bit. When we actually, the way we actually do this calculation, this is a purely mathematical calculation. So this isn't policy, and any intent on development doesn't come into play here at all. We literally look at the inventory and say, what does the town have? How much would it cost to replace it? And then what is the cost per unit? So how much would one household use? And what is the what cost does that actually divide out to? So this is a really, it's purely based on what's there and what that cost is, and how, and that's, you know, when new development comes in, what is fair for them to be paying for that already exists.
So maybe,
yeah, I don't mean to shoot the messenger here. I know you guys are just mathematicians, and you know, or not, you're not mathematicians, but you're just giving us the information. And that's fine. I mean, I know we can't argue with facts. It just makes me sad, but it is what it is. Thank you so much.
thank you, Tanya. Jonathan.
Yeah, well, I wanted to agree with Eric, and I also wanted to agree with Julian. And then, considering that a lot of what was focused on here was water rights, I haven't seen in any of this information what our current water rights were. Last time I remember discussing them was when Joe Gearlock was mayor, and we had far more water rights than we needed. And so, if we're looking at, doubling our water PIFs for a reservoir, I guess my question here is where do we currently stand with our water rights? Because my understanding is that we were pretty well set and that we pump right out of a creek that flows year round. So I'm kind of curious why we would want to build a res, especially when we just gave natural rights to our river to flow unimpeded and are standing full force against the expansion of Gross Reservoir. So just wondering how our policy in terms of a PIF fee with our capital improvement projects, when we had talked about that at a board, we had talked about pushing off the things like the reservoir. So why are projects we've discussed as a board we've discussed as not wanting to pursue as a board getting put into this calculation and increasing the cost so much? And then I guess my second question for Aftelis would be, well, answer that first one and let me try to word my second one.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jonathan, I think it was in early June, we had a presentation from our water rights attorney. They kind of went through the current state of our water rights, senior and junior, the farmer's ditch, the part we lease from Boulder, or City of Boulder on the eastern part of, or sorry, the western part of Boulder Res, and this idea of the I don't know, the reservoir idea that's been kicked around for a while to give our, our rights to ourselves, or our ability to ourselves, to hold that water. We had that presentation and discussion in early June, and it was actually leads into a question I have for Raftelis, because these increases in the PIF fees for the water does include that project. Is that correct? That includes because that was one of our financially most significant projects, was the creation of this reservoir west of town.
The short answer is yes, that project is part of the plant investment fee evaluation.
And so my next question is, because we also discussed during our meeting with our water rights lawyer, the idea of, and the fact that we're trying to build a more continue our agreement with the City of Boulder in perpetuity. So that maybe we could actually eliminate the need to continue to pursue that reservoir west of town, which plays into the rights of nature and the things that Jonathan brought up. So my question is, if we were to do the phased in approach with the water over the next 3 years, and say a year and a half from now, we get the in perpetuity agreement with the City of Boulder, and we can basically say that we're not going to pursue that expensive reservoir project. Can we freeze the PIF fees at that point? Or is there a way to extract the cost of the reservoir, or push the cost of the reservoir into the final phase in see what I'm saying? So we can, you know,
Mayor
kind of,
Larson, this is Karen Garrity. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. One is that as far as the water storage in the Boulder Reservoir goes, that's a 39.6 acre feet of our junior and senior rights. And then we have 100 acre feet of our conditional rights. And those are the rights that every 6 years we have to show that we're working towards
that's
permanent
right.
storage for those, which right now we don't have. So what we've been asking the city of Boulder to do is to allow us to increase when we renegotiate our contract with them, which is coming up, I think, in 2024, to allow us to put more than the 39.6 acre feet in and to add in some of our conditional acre feet so that we can start showing the water board that we are trying to store that permanently. So those are two different things, but definitely related. And that's what the reservoir conversation is about, finding a way that we can
That's what it
permanently
was.
store those conditional rights.
Right.
And if I could just piggyback on that, it's showing that in a document to Water Court, at our due diligence period every 6 years to show Netherlands' commitment that we're trying to retain these water rights. I mean, they're 100 acre feet. It's a lot, but they do get old, as the attorney was suggesting in June.
Yeah.
That as they get up to 50 years or whatever, it starts to look like maybe the community's
We're
not
not doing it.
serious about them.
Okay, so I don't want to get bogged down in water rights, the details of that again, because we do have the notes. We can go back because I'm looking at the clock here. We've got about 20 minutes left and we haven't actually gotten to the second phases. So Jonathan, you said you had another question for Ref
Yeah, I
Telus?
guess my one other question would be, I like the planned investment. Well, this is for, I guess, the rest of the. I don't have any more questions now with what was just presented. I apologize for not reading all those notes with the water rights. I'm just, I guess I'm concerned because it seems like we're upping the PIFs so much to try to make development pay its own way, and I agree for that. But it seems like it's going to end up hurting the households. And I would be curious if we have large scale developments happening, would we be able to, let's say with a phased in approach, calculate the increase in water usage of that entire development, and then whatever developer is developing would then be responsible for essentially footing the bill for that amount of water right increase or storage capacity. It's a pretty common way that they've been handling stuff on the East Coast outside of PIF fees, is literally just calculate when a development happens, what the impact is going to be, and that developer has to pay for all of that. And this way you're not hindering the little guys, so to speak. You're not hindering anybody, but you're really forcing big development to pay its own way. It's just a curious question if that's something we can work into a phased approach.
This is Alan. I heartily agree. That's what Fort Collins does. Developers have to come to the table with the water rights in place. Excuse me for interrupting.
Appreciate it, Alan, because yeah. You're up. Yeah, as Alan said, I think that's something we need to really start looking at as a board, and it might not have been part of this study, but this just seems like too drastic of an increase. But we can get back to answering the questions before us based upon where we're at. And thank you, Alan, for backing me on the fact that, yeah, Fort Collins has done this. I believe Erie has done this. Most of the Front Range has done this. And it seems like PIF fees, when we started them 8 years ago, were a good idea and getting us down the right track. But this does not seem sustainable for families trying to move into Netherlands, especially lower income families. And it seems like it's gonna make it unsustainable for anyone who is not a retiring company or retired with a lot of money to build up here. So, thanks. That's all my only thoughts.
Thank you, Jonathan. Andrew, Andrew, do you guys have any response to Hannah, or do you want to chime in on that, or?
Well, I guess, I mean, there may be, it's certainly something that, some communities do. I'd say that maybe something that we want to talk through, with town staff and follow up at a later date. I guess the one kind of remark that I will make that may make it a little different in terms of Fort Collins and Erie and some of the communities along the northern I-25 corridor is that maybe a specific, and that, and often the case, it's Colorado Big Thompson units that are dedicated. So it's a specified system that the communities are on. And it may, that kind of just straight analogy may not exactly be available for Nederland in terms of the type of water rights or having access to them. But in general, I think it's, certainly a comment and something that we may, need to think about a little bit more than me kind of responding off the cuff to that potential option in terms of a change in cash in lieu, or, essentially asking the developer to pay directly for acquisition, in this case of potential water rights.
Another thing to consider, this is Chris, another thing to consider that our water rights attorney brought up to us when evaluating our per acre fee was that the further upstream you are, the fewer options a community has to acquire water rights somewhere else. So, you may have more options down in Fort Collins or somewhere to negotiate water rights and pick some up from somewhere. But up here, being so close to the source, we don't have that many options.
Yep. Trustee Danforth has joined us. So Lindsay, did you have any questions about the Raftellus presentation before we get to sort of our take on which way the board is interested in going?
Not at the moment. I'm just trying to get up to speed here on, the current conversation. So I'll pipe up if I have any questions moving forward.
All right, thank you. So I guess, we do, like I said, we only have about 15 minutes left here, which is, it's always frustrating to have to put it into a discussion and conversation and questions, but I do want to give a chance to go through and have each of the trustees kind of weigh in on what we're looking at, both in terms of the phase-in approach and the water rate approach. And I guess I'll kick it off here, and let's just state, basically I'm agreeing with what staff has approved or suggested on this. I think we should go the full amount on the wastewater treatment plant and the phased in approach on the water treatment plant, in part because that gives us a little time to work some of these other issues that have been brought up. And then when it comes to the usage rates, I do like that option 2, because that was actually, I think I argued for that back in 2014 when I was on the Board of Trustees, because that encourages conservation. We're basically saying if you're going to be using a huge amount, you should be paying more. And if you can reduce your usage, you're going to be paying a lesser rate. So that's my view on the 2 pieces before us. Love to hear everyone else's, and we'll kind of go reverse order this time and begin with Tanya.
Yeah, I also like the tiered water usage, charge a little more for the usage, keep the base fee the same, not charge double base fees when we don't need to be charging double base fees, but then charging the people who actually do use more water. And hopefully it will encourage conservation. And if not, there'll be more money coming in to Nederland, and maybe the PIF fees won't have to go up so high. So yeah, I agree with that, with the sewer and the water.
And with the phasing in the PIF fee for the water, and what about the PIF fee question itself?
Yeah, we got to phase it in. We got to give people a chance. If they were sitting on a property, now's the time to develop it, do it. Give them a little heads up.
All right. Thank you, Tanya. Julian.
Yeah, I agree. I feel best about alternative 2 and about phasing in the PIFs. We're paying for past sins right now, and at some level we just have to accept that. Hopefully we will have other options that will become available to us over the next few years. And I like the phasing in because it does allow us to consider options as we move forward a little. It gives us a little breathing room. And I also would like to hope that we have plans for advertising alternative 2, if we go with it, and making sure that all of the Netherlands citizens understand that they have an opportunity to save some money by conserving water. Rather than just surprising them with that, we should let them know that that's not a problem, but an opportunity for them.
Agreed. Eric?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the rate structure for alternative 2 and phasing in PIF fees. I'm just not convinced by the numbers that we're seeing right now, but in terms of the structure of it and the phased in approach, I agree.
Thank you, Eric. Lindsay?
I think I'm in agreement with what everybody else was saying, that the phasing in the PIF fees makes the most sense, especially since it's such a large increase. And then also with the alternative 2, with the tiered structure for water, I also think that would promote conservation, and I think that might be our best approach.
Okay, Lindsay. Jonathan?
I think I'm in full agreement with what's been said here. I definitely will go with staff recommendations. And alternative 2, we need to definitely phase in this water PIF. And I guess my question is, when this comes up, are we going to be able to make this study as well as our master infrastructure plan study and capital improvement public knowledge and right next to the news of, hey, you're getting increases again? So yeah, let's go with the phased approach, and let's make sure that the public has easy access to all this information that's causing us to come to these conclusions.
Agreed. Alan?
I certainly agree with everybody else. And one other item I think we ought to think about in terms of these PIF fees is, I just noticed in the Colorado Municipal League publication that there was grant opportunities available for affordable housing. And it seems to me if we can get some grant money or stockpile some money so that if it's an affordable housing project, then we get grants to try to subsidize the PIF and reduce the cost for an affordable project or projects. Whereas, if it's not, they pay the full freight.
Yeah, I think that might be a great idea for the sort of affordable housing financial aspect that we've kicked around briefly on different cases, but yeah, grant way would be a great way to do it. Did I think that's all the trustees? Didn't miss anyone? We got about 10 minutes left here. I want to kick this to town staff and Raftelis. Ask if is there more input you need from us before we kind of just have any other statements or comments? Do you guys get what you needed tonight?
This is Andrew. I believe we got the direction we were wanting and clear answers to these 2 questions, and certainly look, Chris and Miranda and Karen to affirm that as well in the event that there was any additional direction we were looking for.
This is Karen. The only other thing that staff had asked is if the board felt it would be a good idea to do a hybrid as far as the PIF fees go. And because the difference between what currently is being charged for the sewer PIF fees and where it would end up is a very little difference, our suggestion was we could go ahead and increase that to what is being recommended, but then phase in the water, since the water PIF fees increased dramatically.
Mm-hmm. I believe when I spoke first, that was the way I said I was leaning, was to do the hybrid, phased in approach for water, full amount for sewer. Let's just make sure everyone else is on the same page. Jonathan?
Definitely, yeah. Let's go full on the sewer. It's not much of an increase.
Yeah. Julian?
Yes.
Alan?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes, agreed.
Tanya?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Agreed.
All right. Full agreement there. Thanks, Karen, for making
Thank
sure we
you.
clarified that.
Thank you.
Last couple minutes here. Other trustees, anyone have any further comments they want to throw out there before we break briefly before kicking off our regular scheduled meeting? Not. Andrew, Hannah, thank you so much for presenting tonight and fielding our questions. What is sort of the next steps on this, or when do we hear this again, and when will we be sort of adopting it, I guess? This might be a question for town staff as well.
I believe, oh, go ahead, Miranda.
I was gonna say, so the next agenda is pretty packed, so I think we'll be looking to do. Well, actually, Chris, are we trying to align this with the budget, or can you want this brought back as a separate item?
I don't think it's necessary to bring back. I thought we'd incorporate this into the budget process and adopt it in our fee schedule and the budget for 2022.
So that would be brought back in October.
Okay, so the only thing then we want to make sure we don't lose track of or drop is the thing that several trustees mentioned tonight is the multi-use per tap. The thing we currently have the moratorium on charging. So we'll probably have that'll be something we have to adopt outside of budget, correct?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. So yeah, we had discussed with the board to bring that discussion back after the rate study. So you're on point. That needs to come back to you guys for a final decision. And Hannah had brought up earlier that she didn't think it was a significant amount of money, but I would like to know what that amount is. So we'll figure that out. And when we come back to have that discussion about changing the code, we can talk.
Yeah, let's make sure we try and get that done before the budget adoption in October, since that's where we doing the final rates as well. So just wanted to make sure that that didn't fall through the cracks. Anyone else? Any last things? If not, we'll pause here for 5 minutes or so, and we'll come back for our Tuesday night meeting. And again, Andrew, Hannah, thanks for joining us. Thanks for presenting. You're welcome to stick around if you'd like to hear all the other things we're working on in town. Otherwise, we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate your time and your great questions.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll be back in about 7 minutes here to kick off the meeting. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Campbell.
Good to see you, Dr. Urbina. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Upright.
Thanks to both of you for coming tonight.
Happy to be here. I always care about people asking questions and getting answers for them. So.
Well, we really appreciate it.
Karen, it's great to see you. It's been a little while.
I know.
My
So
hair
are you
look
guys?
okay, Karen? Does my hair look okay, Karen? I always have to shine it up.
You look marvelous. Do we have the most current numbers in Ned, what the vaccination numbers are like? Are we above 40% now?
We'll talk a little bit about that and address it a bit. I think we're seeing some challenges with the data. I think the important thing is really continue to focus on what we do know is, being vaccinated is really important, and we'll talk about that a little bit and talk about some of the limitations of the data. So appreciate you asking there.
I'm sure we'll hear more about it soon.
So I'll turn off my video, Campbell, and then just come on when I hear the voices.
Dennis, good to see you. How are you this evening?
Okay, how are you doing, Chris?
I'm doing okay, thanks.
I hear Carrie is going to be part of public health.
Yeah, she's officially joined us as our emergency management planner, so we're real excited about that.
That's great. She's
Yeah.
really good to work with. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And yeah, we look forward to continuing to work with you. So yeah, exciting times.
Yes. Here we are waiting. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. It's 7 o'clock, and I'm reasonably confident the Board of Trustees are in attendance as we've just had a work session on the water and sewer rate structures. But I will give a couple more minutes here just for the public who might be dialing in. And since we always operate on Mountain Time, just give a few more minutes here before we kick off this meeting. And it looks like we got good turnout tonight. Lots of people here. So welcome, everyone. Miranda, do I see that we are recording?
Yes, we are.
Okay, very good. Well, then I think given we all are here and we've got a great turnout, I say we call to order this meeting of the Maryland Board of Trustees on Tuesday, July 20th, 2021 at 7:02 p.m. Miranda, if you would please call the roll.
Mayor Larson,
Here.
Trustee Taylor.
Here.
Trustee Apt,
Here.
Trustee Coombs Ismail,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhover,
Here.
Trustee Danforth,
Here.
Trustee Corvallin.
Here.
Full attendance tonight. Thank you all. We have two items on the consent agenda, the minutes and the warrants from the previous meeting. Anyone have any questions, comments, or a motion regarding the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve.
I second. Julian?
We have a motion from Trustee Danforth and a second from Trustee Taylor. Miranda?
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhover,
Yes.
Trustee Coombs Ismail,
Yes.
Trustee Apt,
Yes.
Mayor Larson,
Yes.
Trustee Danforth,
Yes.
Trustee Corvallin,
Yes.
Trustee Taylor.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes unanimously. Moving right along into public comment on non-agenda items. If anyone from the public would like to speak on anything we are not otherwise addressing tonight, now would be your chance. You'll have up to 3 minutes. Just simply identify yourself by name and whether or not you're a town resident, and then let us know what you're thinking about. Catch our eye in some way or begin speaking, somehow let us know you would like to chime in and the floor will be yours. I am not seeing or hearing anything, so I will close public comment. Of course, please keep in mind that we are always happy to receive emails during the week off of these meetings. So if you have something that comes to mind, let us know and we can do our best to address it. So we will move right along and we're going to kick off our first informational item. And I believe Katrina Harms was going to introduce this. Yes, I see you on here, Katrina. Welcome. And thanks for coordinating this. I think this will be a great little informational session. So please take it away.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, BOT members. We have an opportunity to ask some questions of some people who know more than we do about the COVID and how it is not just affecting Boulder County, but hoping to hear something a little more detailed about Nederland and get some answers to some questions, but also this will allow us to be more knowledgeable and confident as we communicate with our community going forward. It doesn't look like this COVID is going anywhere very quickly. So it would be great for people to be on the same page and understand what's happening. Included in your packet was what was the outline of the outreach that I'm doing with the Peak to Peak Alliance and Pantry that I work for. So I'm not going to go into anything on that. You can all ask me questions when we get to the question answer part. We pulled together, we have a few people from Boulder County Public Health who will answer questions on data and COVID and how it is affecting the county and hopefully our town. We have Dr. Ina Bromley, who's and I won't get this right, but she's worked on vaccines before. That's my technical speak there. And we have Dr. Siobhan Hoyle, who's a local practicing doctor, grew up here, and she'll have a nice perspective as a mom and family doctor. And I will let, I would like that we wait with questions until the end, because I think some people will answer other people's questions, and that way we can get it all at the end. And I'm going to hand it over to Boulder County now. They may want to share slides. Ina might want to share slides. I'm not going to jump back in. So when Boulder County is done, if you could jump in, Ina, and then Siobhan. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Katrina, and good evening, everyone. Good evening to the Board of Trustees. Really appreciate the opportunity to join you all. I'm going to share my screen, and there's always this awkward moment, really hoping that works. So give me just a moment. I'll start that, and hopefully that will work.
And Chris, I failed to introduce absolutely anybody, so please
That's okay.
let us know who y'all
Yeah,
are.
we absolutely will. So if someone could let me know they're seeing my presentation, that'd be really helpful.
We are.
Great. Thank you so much. So again, good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Campbell. Joining me tonight to present just some information, and really what we want to do tonight, and the goal of our presentation is to really hear from the trustees, to hear and share information, to connect with community members, peak to peak community members, town of Ned community members, and really hopefully answer some questions about vaccines, about variants, and where we're at generally with the impacts of COVID on our county. So we'll definitely jump right into that. I just want to do some introductions. So joining me this evening is Dr. Chris Urbina, and Dr. Urbina is our medical director. Dr. Urbina is a family physician and has really been an expert in public health for over 40 years. Just been an immense leader for us in Boulder County throughout our COVID response. Also joining us is Dr. Lizbeth Mendoza. Lizbeth is our vaccine equity lead and just has done an incredible job working with the community, working with the Peak to Peak Housing Human Service Alliance, working with Katrina, Dennis Whalen, to really support the entire county, including the Peak to Peak area with our vaccine campaign. And Dr. Mendoza is, her background is in research, in academic and clinical experience in surgery, immunology, clinical pharmacology, and community medicine. And so we're very happy to have Elizabeth joining us this evening. And my name is Chris Campbell. I'm the Boulder Emergency Manager with Boulder County Public Health. I've been supporting and working with an incredible team and incredible partners from across the county in our general COVID response across the county, and additionally working on our vaccine administration campaign for the county. So really appreciate the opportunity to join you all. I did want to take a moment and really thank a couple folks. I want to thank this board for their leadership over the last 16 months, and really thank Karen Garrity, the town administrator for Ned, for the incredible support and leadership and collaboration we've had. Karen has participated in agency administrator meetings for months on end, really giving us guidance and policy guidance and helping make decisions we know that are best for our communities. We know they've been hard. I also want to thank the community that's joining us this evening and for their support and patience and grace. We've been in this together, and we want to share some information this evening and answer some questions we know we've been hearing from community members in Nederland. And I just, we're not going to dig into a lot of data this evening. We're going to talk about some key messages I really want to share with the trustees and with community members. Lizbeth then will additionally jump in and talk a little bit about vaccine and safety and some questions we have about vaccines. I know that Dr. Bromley and Dr. Hoyle were similarly really reinforced this messaging about their experience and experience with the vaccines, their experience as working with community members. So some things we do know and some key messages we want to share. We know that the Delta variant, based on that growth in Colorado, it's really the predominant kind of version or iteration of COVID in the community and in Colorado. this is directly from the state epidemiologist. What they do know is, it's the Delta variant is more infectious, and they have very high certainty in that. So what that leads us to is what we also know is vaccines can really reduce the amount of severe COVID, so severe illness, hospitalizations, and deaths. And unvaccinated community members are at much higher risk of becoming ill, and really seeing potentially severe COVID. So those are some key messages we want to share. What we also do know currently is case rates and positivity and hospitalizations are on the rise in Boulder County, across Boulder County. This does include the Peak-to-Peak communities, town of Nederland, and other communities. So what again, and you'll hear this from us many times, is it really truly is important to be vaccinated to not only protect yourself, to protect your family. So we wanted to share that. If there's questions from the trustees, we don't have, we have lots of data slides. I don't have those this evening. We figured we wanted to share some of these key messages and then really hear from you all, what you're hearing from community members, and if there's questions you have. One important message is we know that out-of-state visitors continue to rise throughout the state, and I have a slide on that I'm going to share. We know that visitors are coming from all across the country, coming to Colorado for all the reasons that we all live here and enjoy living in Colorado. And that's important to know. We know that there's other parts of the country that have lower vaccination uptake than we are lucky enough to have in Boulder County. To date, we have, almost 79% of the adult eligible population, 12 and older, with at least one dose of COVID vaccine in Boulder County, which is remarkable, and we still have some work to do. And we'll talk a little bit about what that means and what the data means for the Peak-to-Peak area. I just want to be very transparent with community members and with the board. There's some challenges with the data because of really the size of some of the estimations we're making in the populations, what we're basing the population estimates on, and some of the methodologies we're using have really impacted, and you can see really big swings in the data because we have lower numbers. And so, we're working on that, and we want to be able to continue to come back and say, we really are confident in the uptake and the vaccine uptake for the community. We saw one block in the town of near the town of Nederland, for example, that went from a very low percentage of like 40% of the adult population or the available population vaccinated to like 133%. And so we were digging into that, and it really was, it was a challenge with some of the estimates we were making on the population or based on the census data. What we want to come back to and really be focused on for the community is we know that COVID is still with us. We know that it very much impacts and can potentially impact community members that are unvaccinated. So we just want to continue to focus on that as a community, and that's what we'll focus on today. And also, the reason we're excited to come here and have Dr. Bina join and Dr. Mendoza join is we really want to urge community members to seek out trusted information sources about vaccines, about the impacts of variants on the community. So we're here to answer those questions today, along with Dr. Bromley and Dr. Hoyle. One important thing to share with the community is we have very much moved out of the mass vaccination phase that we've seen. So at points in time in Boulder County, we were doing anywhere from 35 to 45,000 vaccines a week. Those numbers have completely dropped off. 297 a day is what you're seeing now from a high of 5,000 vaccines a day, if not higher. So those numbers, have really dropped off. And what that means for our community is a couple things. One positive thing is getting a vaccine or having access to a vaccine is much easier. Most of the places in the county, you can go and access a vaccine without an appointment. And we're working with the Peak-to-Peak Housing and Human Services Alliance, working with Katrina to bring additional clinics to the area that are free, that are easily accessible, you don't have to sign up for. So that's the good point, is we're at that point of wide availability of vaccines. And what we do know is it's we really have to do that work together. If you've been vaccinated and you'd like to share your story with a neighbor, please do so. Talk about how it impacted you, why you made that decision. That's really where we're at, is really talking with community members, understanding their perspective, and hoping to share information so that they might make that decision to get vaccinated. This slide is also from CDPHE, the State Health Department. It's a little data because it was right around the 4th of July timeframe. But what the assessment they did do, and this just wanted to reinforce the fact that out-of-state visitors are on the rise in Colorado. You might see, so Boulder County doesn't show up here, but you see Gilpin County. What we do know is, locals really are a small percentage of kind of the visitors. We're seeing, folks from all across the country coming to Colorado. And again, I think what this reinforces is, the importance of understanding the potential impacts of the spread of disease, or folks coming here that might not be vaccinated. So there is some community risk there. We wanted to share that information with the Netherland community. These slides might be a little small if you're all a little busy. This trend has not changed, and this really does reinforce what we do know, is that there is a correlation between basically where we're at in the vaccination campaign. So we're well ahead of many of the counties in the state, and the impacts of either confirmed cases or in this case hospitalization. So what this really shows is the lower vaccination rates. There's really a chance of a severe outbreak of an outbreak in a county that has lower vaccination rates. That is very possible. So this really does show us that we know the vaccines do work. They're highly effective, and we know that there's a direct correlation between that and hospitalizations and cases. And that'll lead us into, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Dr. Mendoza. Elizabeth can jump in. We're going to talk a little bit. We won't dig too far into this because we know Dr. Bromley and Dr. Coyle will speak to this a little bit. But we want to talk a little bit about some of the questions around the vaccine. So Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you to all to have us here. It's very nice to meet you and be able to hear from you and have a conversation with you. So yeah, so I think I'm really excited. I'm excited to hear what everybody presenting and to hear the next presenters about it. I just want to say a couple things real quick, just using a little bit of our time that I know it's brief. So I want to say one thing, that these vaccines, the technology has been out there for a while. It's been studied for several years. Certainly it's a new type of vaccine, but it doesn't mean that the technology just happened. This has been studied for a long time, and we have an expert today to talk us about that. We know exactly what the construct is, how it works, and these vaccines, I can say, and probably the next presenter will say the same, these are like a marvel of science. And that's the reason why we were able to come up, or the scientific community was able to come up with a solution relatively fast to this situation in the pandemic. These vaccines are not experimental. They already went through all this testing, through all these rigorous phases of studies in people before, and there are several stages in normal pharmacology research or clinical pharmacology research. There are several studies, and they already went through from the cell level, from the animal level, going through very few volunteers, a little bit more volunteers, and so on, until reaching these very big phases, like in the phase 3. Where we have like thousands and thousands of people participating to test not only the safety and the effectiveness of the vaccine, but also to determine with more precision the doses and learning more about the effects of the vaccines, like the side effects and others. So these are, and after going through all these several, again, it's phases of a study of clinical trials, And after going through all that, they still need to be approved. To they need the data that is generated from all these needs to still be reviewed. There's a lot of scrutiny to it, and there's just again, it's just reviewing what recently these trials allowed us to see. What were the effects, what were the results of these protocols, and so on. So, and after doing that extensive review, finally, the FDA came up with, okay, a seal of approval to use it as an emergency tool, an emergency authorization for these vaccines. Once they are already approved for use in the open population, after again thousands and thousands of people participating, still the vigilance continues, and still more safety is being searched for, and more new information fits this body of knowledge regarding the safety of these vaccines, how to handle if there is any adverse event, how to handle it, how to handle if there is an unexpected situation that needs to be taken care of before continuing the use of a vaccine. So again, these vaccines are not experimental. They went through all the required stages of clinical trials and the reviews of all the documentation generated, all the results. And based on this is how we know that these are highly effective vaccines. We know that they are and the people question, well, what do you mean that it's effective? Well, they're effective against, and the high effectiveness is in terms of their ability to prevent the development of severe illness and death. And that's what we care, really. We all know that what we have seen, we went through all this of knowing that a lot of people who get this disease may be asymptomatic, but unfortunately also a huge amount, more than expected with other diseases, also become severely ill with all the consequences that brings, that is being hospitalized, getting through all these complications. Of course, the possibility of a fatal ending, but also those who recover, they're left with a chronic tail of illness and damage to organs. Even people who are symptomatic or they experience very mild disease still carry a chronicity to this disease. That's something that we're learning. We just learned because we just went through all these more than a year of seeing patients going through it. So this is very relevant. If we have that level of protection, that's that's great, and that's only comparable to other vaccines that have been very successful in stopping the spread of the disease and having it in our communities, and diseases as devastating as polio, for instance. So whereas this effectivity that we see with these vaccines is very close to the effectivity of those other vaccines. There's a lot of words that happen in research, and you may have heard, well, how about efficient versus effective and all these things. And these are just all technical terms that have to do with how the statistical is run and what are you looking at in the results. At the end of the day, the point is that they are effective. Now, what do we know about these vaccines? That they can, we know how they work, and we're going to have an expert to talk about that. But in general, these vaccines work like other vaccines in the sense that they help our immune system develop a response to oppose the reproduction of this virus in the body, to oppose the presence of this virus in the body, therefore the capacity of this virus to produce disease or illness in us. Having said that, and that was just a hypothetical situation in the beginning, now we know, because the studies are showing this, is that the vaccines not only help us prevent from getting severely ill, but also prevent the capacity of transmitting the virus to others. A person that is vaccinated may contract the infection. No vaccine is 100% effective, and again, we're going to be all the time interacting now with this virus. We have to accept that this is part of the nature now, having COVID, this virus around. So we may come in contact with it, even vaccinated, and then that virus is going to live in us. Now, these vaccines are going to help us to stop it from reproducing like crazy, but we may be able to still transmit it to other people, and those people may not have that capacity to stop the virus, and that's where the problem comes in. And there are so many derivatives of it. So, but we know now, which was thought before, now we confirm people who are vaccinated can stop the spread of this disease, the amount of virus that is released, and so on. So this is where the importance of getting vaccinated to protect us and others comes into play. Yes, getting the virus, people ask, well, how about getting the infection and then I get protected? Yeah, you of course you acquire the natural protection in the case, well, in the case that you survive, which is, of course, that we know that is the most of people, but, once you survive, yes, you get some natural protection. Now, you may live, again, with the chronicity of it, but also we don't know how long this protection truly lasts. Having said that, the risk of suffering the severe illness trying to reach a natural protection is way, way higher than the benefit of getting the vaccine and not going through that and still acquiring the protection. So when you put it in the balance, it's like, well, I think I better have, acquire the protection in a safer way and more sustainable way too, instead of having to go through this possibility of developing a severe illness or giving it to somebody else. So that's what they do. They help you build the protection for you and for others, and definitely help us keep our communities more safe. Those who cannot receive the vaccine because they are not eligible yet, those who cannot receive the vaccine because there is some sort of contraindication, benefit from it, but still they are in risk. So that's what we're looking. That's why we want as many people as possible that can get vaccinated. The best we're gonna be. Also, we know for a fact that these variants spread faster when we have people who are unvaccinated. That we know for a fact. The more people unvaccinated, the faster these variants will spread. And well, I mean, there's a lot of things to say, but for now, I'm going to stop right there. Thank you very much for having us here.
Yeah, so I think we'll go ahead and turn over to the next presenters. I know Dr. Bina is on and can certainly answer some questions if there's anything we missed. And certainly, I know we'll jump into some questions after the next presenters. So we'll be happy to do so if there is questions from the board.
Dr. Abina or Dr. Bromley?
Dr. Bromley, yeah.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity. My apologies, I'm really breaking up on my side. So if you guys can't hear me, just bring to my attention. Let me know if you can see I just shared my screen. So today I'm going to present a little bit on lessons that we've learned so far as the vaccine safety and efficacy is concerned. And first of all, many of us have questions, what is the COVID vaccine in itself? I provided quite a bit of details within the slides so that anybody who wants to look up, for instance, some of these links and the credibility of these links can do so. But we know that the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are really mRNA vaccines that encode for the specific small part of the virus called the spike protein. J&J is a little bit different. It's a recombinant replication of incompetent piece of the spike protein. But I also listed the inactive ingredients that are in these different vaccines. So if we then go and for instance, many people go, they don't understand the ingredients and they're concerned about the ingredients. So a little bit of a tongue in cheek here about the ingredients of, say, something like an Impossible Burger. There's a lot of ingredients here that's not good for the body, not tasted. And we know, like Dr. Mendoza was speaking before, that these vaccines have been through a rigorous approval process. that the active as well as inactive ingredients have been tested to be safe before they could be approved. So what's not in those vaccines? Folks are concerned about some of the ingredients that might be in the vaccine that could be detrimental to their health. We know that these vaccines do not contain eggs, gelatin, any preservatives. They're free from metals, and I've listed some of these metals that have been listed through some of the false media networks. No microelectronics or electrodes. It's impossible to have that indeed built into the vaccine. Both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines contain something like which we call PEG. This is an inactive ingredient that's used in, for instance, colonoscopies. It is also used in cancer therapies to improve the therapeutic activity of many medications. So just to reiterate, these vaccines are safe. They've been tested and approved through a very rigorous process. Now, concerns have been raised on why the vaccine was approved so fast and whether it indeed was through a process that can deem the vaccine to be safe and effective. And Dr. Mendoza, thank you so much for also bringing that to light. So we can see that indeed the vaccines have been approved in an effort that has not been seen before in humanity for vaccine approval. Literally throughout the world, immunologists, infectious disease experts have dropped the research projects that they have been doing and have refocused their attention to the approval of the vaccine. But a few things were playing in our advantage, such as over 50 years of corona vaccine research. COVID-19 is not, SARS-CoV-19 is not the only coronavirus. And a lot of research has indeed been going on in some other coronaviruses. In addition to that, specifically focusing on mRNA research, which Pfizer and Moderna have used for their approval, has been more than a decade long. And once the virus was sequenced, that information was plugged into those research programs. And unlike partly because the virus was so prevalent, enrollment went smoother than typically would have a clinical study. So it was not a lengthy process that you would have, for instance, in diseases such as pancreatic cancer, or even in some of the vaccines that we worked on, such as Ebola. And the government went ahead and built facilities ahead of time for manufacturing. So as the approval process was going on, folks were getting ready to build facilities for manufacturing. In addition, we also were able to overlap some of these phases as we moved from phase 2. For instance, we were able to move to phase 3 as information and safety became available. And the FDA then also went and an expedited review process because of the severity of the disease and the number of people who disease. Such as immunology drugs, other infectious disease drugs that we're working on, there are also a risk, and I want to be sensitive to the public for their concerns. So there are no silver bullets indeed, and the vaccine is no exception. But we also find ourselves then in a situation, what is the benefit versus the risk of taking the vaccine or the risk for the disease? And as we can see in the numbers, it is growing. There's a lot of people who have gotten COVID and are also dealing with long COVID, what we call of these lingering symptoms that last after people get COVID. But when we compare that to these anaphylaxis or severe reactions, there's only about 2 to 5 people per million vaccinated that have experienced some of these factors. And when you do a clinical study, and especially like the case is for these vaccines, sometimes by chance people could have specific reactions or diseases that develop, and that's why there is this balance that we need to look at, whether these adverse events or reactions were truly related to the vaccine itself or just happened by chance. But we can see that taking the risk of not taking the vaccine and then dealing with getting sick or dying, or even worse, after you recover, you may still have these lingering effects, where we're starting to think that it's not just a respiratory disease, but also a vascular disease. So between 32 and 87% of patients reported at least one symptom. And we know we're going to deal with a lot of long-term adverse events where the patient population is sicker for those folks who were unfortunate to get the disease. It's also now that we're starting to look at studies with children, that we're starting to see that this is safe, this is effective, and indeed helping to protect our children. So ultimately, we need to look into the impact of the vaccine, not only on ourselves, but also on our loved ones. We know that if we don't take the vaccine, if we get sick, we run the risk being a harbor for these viruses to create variants. And as we are seeing right now with the Delta variant that's coming back, that's very infectious, and it's causing quite a bit of havoc in countries like India and in South Africa. The longer we wait to get vaccinated, the fewer people who are vaccinated, the higher the risk of these variants become. And with all the controversy that's going on, all the false information that's going on, it's very confusing for the patient population. And I think it's important that we remember that the vaccine is not our enemy. The vaccine has been established to be very safe, to be incredibly effective. For instance, we see states like Maryland where 100% of those that's hospitalized are among the unvaccinated, and it's becoming a disease of the unvaccinated. The virus is our enemy, and as a global community effort, individually for ourselves and for our loved ones, that's why a serious consideration of getting vaccinated is so incredibly important. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and opportunity to present some of this information.
Siobhan, are you ready?
I am ready. I didn't make a deck of slides or anything because mostly I just wanted to talk about what has been going on over the last year as a practicing family medicine doctor. So my name is Siobhan Hoyle, and I grew up in Gold Hill and went to medical school in Parker, and I now practice family medicine, so full spectrum family medicine in Golden. Over the last year, back in March of last year, we were trying to figure out what is going on. And since then, it's been kind of a crazy time to be in a clinic. For the most part, the vaccine has been something that I have been talking about nonstop with my patients and my staff and everything for about 7 or 8 months now. And if you had asked me this time last year if I thought we were going to have something out and have so much of the population vaccinated by now, I would have said no. And I'm very, very glad to have been proved wrong, because it's made such a difference in the way that we're able to practice medicine. Back when it first came out and we were starting to vaccinate all of our healthcare workers and our frontline workers, is when we really started talking about it with my patients. And it was kind of hit or miss. Half of them were ready, wanting to sign up, how do I get it? What can I do? Is there anything I can possibly do to get this vaccine? And the other half had some valid questions, but many questions that came from, I think, a lot of misinformation websites. And so the great majority of my job has been being to try to help the people who are looking for information find the correct information about the vaccine. And I had a patient, she was in her mid 30s, looking, wanting to have kids, but not sure, and keeps finding conflicting information. She walked in and she looked at me the other day and she said, I just don't know who to trust anymore, because there's so many websites that say that these people are lying. And then there's so many websites that say, well, these people are making up their data. And so that's why she came in to see me, because she figured that we could at least work through some of those difficulties together. And I think that that is probably, amongst the people who have not been vaccinated, there are still people who would like to be, and this is the spot where they're in, is just trying to find somebody that they can talk to help to sort out what's true and what's not true. And I think that, groups like this can be a really great spot to help to direct people where to go, and give people a name or a face to say, hey, go talk to this person. They can help you work that out. Most recently, we've started, for the past month or so, we've been doing vaccines in our clinic a couple of days a week. We're aiming for about 12 vaccines a day, just because that's 2 vials, and that's a nice round number. And over the last month, we've had no problems. It's been, easy going. Our biggest hiccup was that we planned them too late in the day, so we were having to stay and wait for people to sit for 15 minutes. But it's been really pleasant, and it's been a great way for a lot of people to feel a little bit more comfortable. For some people, walking into Walgreens or Safeway and doing it is just not quite what they're looking for. And so for them, being able to come into a doctor's office, which I think we're going to see a lot more widespread, is going to be the way to do it. So those are kind of my thoughts on it. And as a data person, it's really exciting to just see how much data we have and how many doses we've given out, and really get more evidence about what is and isn't happening from the vaccine, maybe than any other vaccine we've ever given out before. So thank you guys for having me.
Thanks, everybody. I did want to say one thing, because Dr. Bromley didn't introduce what she does, although you can probably tell by what she talked about. Let me find it really quick. Trained as both a statistical geneticist and genetic epidemiologist. So that's why she sounds like the smartest person in the room. She also lives in Netherlands. I found her at the pantry. Well, I didn't find her. She was pointed in my direction. So I love this community so much. And I guess, Chris and Miranda, we can just open it up to questions from the board. Is that what you want to do now?
That's what I was going to say. I was going to first thank you, Katrina, for pulling together this panel. I can't tell you how much I love the fact that I get to welcome fellow scientists to give a little seminar before the board and have a Q&A session. I feel like I'm back at the office, and I believe that this may be the first time we've had Bayesian statistics included within a Netherlands Board of Trustees packet. So thank you, Anna, for having your CV in there so we got to include Bayesian statistics. But yeah, I want to kick this off.
You're welcome.
Questions from the Board of Trustees. I'm actually going to start because I think it was something that Chris Campbell touched on really briefly. And I know it's a question that came up with our board because we heard several weeks ago that the town of Netherlands was significantly trailing the rest of the county. And I know you referenced the 37%. Do we have any updates to that? Is it just a sort of a statistical glitch, a data collection problem, or is Netherlands really trailing and bringing down the rest of the county that badly?
I appreciate that question again. We have been meeting with our data team on this, and we'll come back to you with those answers. I think what we have discovered is some of the assumptions we were making with population estimates. What we do know is the data we're collecting generally on folks getting vaccinated through the state system SIS is pretty reliable. There is a bit of a lag sometimes with some providers not putting the information in there. We also know that some providers, particularly if folks got vaccinated with the Veterans Administration or other agencies, they're not included in some of the data. So some of those things do impact the picture. So we have a vaccine dashboard. I know we've met with several community members on that, and that does point out some of the areas in the county. And that was our goal, is to start to dig into even neighborhood level data and ensure that we're meeting the needs of those communities. And yeah, I would say that we're not quite comfortable with that data yet in some of those areas along the peak to peak. So we're working on that as we speak. Our data team's working on it. Our GIS folks are working on it. We'll work with the state on that as well and come back with a better picture. I think, again, the message we wanted to share tonight is that importance of, if you are a community member that's still considering getting vaccinated, now you have even more reasons to, to understand some of the science and data behind it and why that might be a good decision for you and your family. So I wouldn't say you're dragging down anything with our numbers. We are pretty lucky in Boulder County, as we've talked about. So generally, I mean, we all travel around the county. And so we're lucky in that, generally our county is leading the way in a lot of the state. So that's really helpful. Again, now just getting down to that personal decision, that family decision to get vaccinated is really what we want to focus on.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to throw this up on the board. Mayor Pro Tem Baumhofer, do you have any questions for the panel?
No questions. I just appreciate all you guys gathering all this information. It was really nice to hear you speak on, and quite informative. So just thanks for coming up and all the information. I have no other questions.
Jonathan?
My
Trustee Taylor?
pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity.
Julian, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I want to confirm what was just reported. My wife and I got the J&J vaccine at a pharmacy in Boulder, and our vaccine was not reported. And when we called the pharmacy, they said, "Well, you'll need to call the state." And it took several hours to figure out how to finally get ourselves registered with the state so that our vaccines were known to you folks. Thank you very much. An excellent presentation. My question is, where do we stand now with a vaccine that would be appropriate for young people, so that young people can get vaccinated as well? I know the J&J vaccine hit me like a ton of bricks. So I would hope we can work on something that's a little milder for children. Any thoughts on that would be greatly appreciated.
Campbell, I'd be happy to take that question.
That's
Hi, I'm Chris Urbina. I'm the medical officer. Thank you, Dr. Bromley and Dr. Hoyle, for such excellent presentations. I've been around for about 40 years as a family physician and public health expert. And currently, to answer your question specifically, Trustee, both companies, both Pfizer and Moderna, have put on their dockets. They're doing clinical trials now, as Dr. Bromley and Dr. Mendoza outlined earlier, and those clinical trials are still in full effect. And those will probably be put together to the FDA probably in September or October, both for children 2 to 11, and they're probably due in stages, probably 5 to 11, and then maybe 2 to 5. Not likely to have Janssen or Johnson & Johnson approved through that same process for younger children. But I think the mRNA vaccines are so good and so safer that I think that's the timeline. It's probably also going to be true in the fall that we'll see full approval from the FDA and the ACIP for the mRNA vaccines. So those will probably happen simultaneously, because as Dr. Bromley and Dr. Hoyle mentioned earlier, and Dr. Mendoza, we've given over 300 million doses of these mRNA vaccines. So our safety profile is well documented and very good in terms of its effectiveness as well as its safety profile. So we're likely to see that approval stepped up sooner. I don't know, Dr. Bromley, did you have anything to add to that?
so much. No, very well said. And just to go to the one comment on the older we get, unfortunately, it does hit us sometimes a little bit. Our immune systems are not as fantastic as it is for the children. So we know children have a very robust immune system. And indeed, this is a very rigorous process that we're also going through to get children approved. And I'm very optimistic and positive that these mRNA vaccines will also be safe and efficacious for children. Also of importance for getting children vaccinated is that, going back to school, we know that kids could be a potential vector for the virus. So that adds to the importance that we're really making it a priority when those vaccines get approved to get our children vaccinated. As I said, our war is against the virus, and it's against the virus creating variants. And I'm very excited about the approval for children, because that's just going to add something else in our arsenal in fighting the virus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Eric. Eric Kumsesman, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. My big question was that 37% number that we hear, and that's been addressed to some extent. Thank you guys all for being here, and good presentation and good information for our town. Thanks.
Tanya?
I'm just curious how you deal with vaccine hesitancy. I've had residents say to me, the Delta variant was caused because of vaccinations, right? With a straight face, act like I'm the idiot. And there's nothing I can say to convince them. They will never get the vaccine. You think we're just at a stalemate now? Like Netherlands get 40, 50%, Boulder County is 70, 80. And we're just gonna have to see how the chips fly. And with that in mind, I mean, is there anything that you say to people when they say these things to you? I mean, you guys are the professionals, so I would hope they would listen to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would turn that question over to Dr. Hoyle, because I think she has a good handle on with her patients to see if she has any tips for us.
I think the number one thing that I do is I plan to bring it up with everybody that I talk to, unless my medical record says we know they've been vaccinated and we know these dates. I bring it up, and I bring it up as are you interested, or what are your questions about the vaccine? I find that if I ask, well, do you want to, then I have a lot more no's. But if I have are you interested in, or do you want more information about, then I can begin to engage in a conversation. And the number one thing that I generally find works well is that I sit and I listen to concerns, and then we kind of address individual concerns. Some people aren't ever going to decide to get to the vaccine, and that's fine. And I think the other thing that we as a healthcare community need to make sure we're doing is not shaming people for that, because it's a personal choice. And although I would like everybody to be vaccinated, it still comes down to the individual. So being as supportive as we can. So when you come into that person, who just doesn't want to do it, ask them, well, what's your concern? What are your questions about it? And see if you can engage in conversation. And I find that sometimes those folks who I didn't think were ever going to want to get the vaccine are then calling back and getting on our schedule a couple of weeks later, because they've been able to go out and do their own research and kind of back up what we talked about, and they feel more comfortable with it.
Okay, thanks. And thanks for coming.
Yeah.
If I can just piggyback on that just really, really quick. Dr. Bromley's article will be coming out in the Mountaineer next week, so you have that for reference. I have lots of information, and Boulder County has put out a lot of information, and I've been working on it to kind of adjust a little bit of it for our community up here. So if anybody finds somebody who has more questions and is willing to listen, I'm happy to help find the information for them. So I do offer that up, and most of you know where to find me.
And I think that's true of our Boulder County website. You can submit any questions to us at any time. And Dr. Mendoza and I answer a lot of the general questions as well as the technical questions that come about. So you can submit them at any time to us. And if Katrina or Dr. Hoyle can't answer your questions, please send them to us. We care about what people think. And I agree with Dr. Hoyle that sometimes those individual conversations are helpful. And sometimes people just want to vent. And we get that. And yeah, we hear you. And it's stressful, and the COVID has done a lot of damage, not only individually to our families and individuals, but to our communities as well. So as Dr. Bromley said earlier, the more people we get vaccinated, the safer it is out there, the quicker we get back to normal and regular activities that we all hope to be. And of course, getting our kids back to school is a critical piece of that.
If it's okay, I just want to reiterate and thank Katrina again. I think this is really a big part of our strategy is connecting with community members directly. Sharing stories of community members that live in the area, and live in the Peak to Peak area, and understanding their concerns and providing information that is helpful. We know some folks, they need either a conversation. I mean, they don't want to go online and find information. It can be challenging to do that. So we want to provide handouts. We want to provide information, really word of mouth and just conversations as community members, as friends, as families, having these conversations and just talking about our experiences, talking through what those questions are. And then again, going back to really seeking out those trusted sources. And you see a lot of them here today. A lot of the information we're partnering with, we call them cultural brokers, but they're community members. They're folks that really understand the needs and questions that folks have across our diverse county. So that's it's a big part of our strategy and why we're happy to be here today and just encourage the community can keep sharing that information. We're in this together. And I want to reiterate and thank the community for just everything they have done together over the last 16 months. As Dr. Bina mentioned, it's been so hard. It's been hard on businesses. It's been hard on our families, and we just can't thank you enough for working with us and being good community members.
If I can real quick say something. Hi, Kyle Busey with Busey Brews. Thank you guys so much for your information and all your work with all this. One thing that's been very challenging as a business owner has been, I guess, the lack of direct communication between Boulder County and businesses. I feel like over the last couple of months or 16 months, I learned the new regulations through CBS News in Denver. So it's not necessarily I'm getting something that tells me what to tell my employees, but I'm hearing it from Polis and I'm hearing it from CBS, and it was a little confusing and frustrating. We made it through. As far as we are now, and I appreciate all your help with everything. Just kind of wanted to let you know maybe a little more direct communication from business to authority would be a little more appreciated if this was to go into another sort of stage. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Kyle. Yeah, right now I want to get through the trustees here. I wanted to thank you, Tanya. Obviously, a great question. Trustee Danforth?
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to thank you all for your time and for preparing this presentation. Hopefully it'll encourage more people to get the vaccine, or anybody who's hesitant or worried about it and they're listening. I hope that they take this all to heart and go get vaccinated. So thank you for taking time out of your evenings to give us this presentation. Appreciate it.
Okay, Lindsay. Trustee Apt?
Yeah, I'd also like to thank you for your presentation. And I guess one question I would have, since we do have a lot of tourists in Nederland, what I've heard from Dr. Fauci and people like that is if you're outside and you're vaccinated and you're not shoulder to shoulder, you're pretty safe not being masked. But it sounds like if we're indoors in an enclosed space, and there may be a lot of tourists who aren't vaccinated, maybe we should stay masked up. What do you guys think?
I'd be happy to answer that question as well, Trustee. So Great question. Right now, if you've been vaccinated, then your risk of getting an infection is extremely low. Your risk of having hospitalization, serious infection, and death is even lower. So I think if you've been vaccinated, that risk of not wearing a mask is probably minimal. If you've been unvaccinated, then I do think that wearing a mask is reasonable. And I think you can't really check the vaccine cards of all the visitors. It'd be very difficult to do that. So encouraging people in your businesses and you wearing a mask is probably a good role model as a citizen of Netherlands. And so I think that's probably a good idea. Now that the governor has relaxed all mask mandates, except for kids, people on public transportation, pretty much it's up to you to make your own decision about your risk involvement. And particularly tourists, we really don't have any control over the tourism industry in terms of masking them. So that'll be really difficult to enforce. But I think as a public health expert, I always wear my mask when I go into Walmart or one of the indoor stores. And I always wear my mask when I go into a restaurant, even though I've been fully vaccinated, as one making it normalized, as well as reducing my risk of getting a breakthrough infection, which is still possible. No vaccine is 100%. So those are my recommendations. I'll leave it up to Dr. Oil, Dr. Mendoza, or Dr. Bromley to see if they have anything to add to that.
Yes, I want to agree to that. And mostly again with the kids, kids are not protected, definitely. So they should, in my opinion, always wear a mask, mostly in closed spaces. Us, we have the possibility of carrying, like being like a vector, kind of. And again, as I just said, when you're vaccinated, your possibility of bringing a big load of virus to somebody else is less, but still possible. So I always think of, well, if I'm going to go back home with my daughter who's unvaccinated, and I don't know when it's going to be her turn, I should probably be cautious when I go out and use a mask so I don't bring anything home that may not hurt me, but may hurt my daughter. And I've seen that in other instances where people live with people who are immunocompromised or they can't take the vaccine or other circumstances where they can compromise the health of the other person just by carrying something with you. And we still know, of course, with these viruses, we learn more. The methods of transmission tell us that we still need to keep wearing, these protections around people who are unprotected. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Good question. And actually a good segue. I have one kind of tough question for the panel to go here. We've
Chris,
heard, sorry,
sorry,
yep.
I think Siobhan wanted to put something on that. Did you want to say something?
Did you, Siobhan?
Oh, yes, I was just going to say something very similar. There's another thing being, up in Netherlands where it is, it's not Boulder. We're not packed shoulder to shoulder all the time. I do make a little bit of a risk benefit calculation. So if I'm going into the BNF at 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, I'm much less likely to wear it than if I'm going in at noon on a Saturday. But when I'm out with my kiddo, who's 4, I always wear it mostly to be a role model to him. And it was just an interesting anecdote. He looked at me the other day when we were in the grocery store down in Boulder, and he said, "Mom, you don't have to wear your mask." I said, "No, buddy, I don't have to wear my mask, but I want to teach you that it's okay to wear your mask." And so I think there's a generational thing where we owe a little bit of responsibility there.
Thank you, Siobhan. Sorry, I didn't catch you were coming on there. Thank you, Katrina, for interrupting me. No, what I want to say is I think we've heard, what you were just talking about is kind of trying to be something the town and something we can do is be role models. Wear our masks, continue to wear the mask, continue to do best practices around our community. We've also heard that a big thing we can do is have those conversations with our neighbors, with our friends, to encourage those that haven't been vaccinated to get vaccinated, to normalize it, to get us to that point. And the hard question I have for you is, because we are a small town, and this is, 7 of us who are the elected leaders, what else should we be doing? Is there some other step that a small town like us, particularly one that does see a large influx population of tourists, is there anything else we can be doing or we should be doing to help us get to the point where we can reopen the schools in the fall and return to whatever, we like to consider normal up here in Netherlands?
I want to throw something in on that one. Just having been in the business world in Netherlands, I would really love to see what we can do to support the businesses who are taking the brunt of it. We have some incentive money. You're going to talk about what you're going to do with some of your COVID money. The businesses are hit hard. I hear a lot of just a need to be understanding and see what they need. They are what's taking it right now. So I just wanted to throw that out there as one of those things as you guys are making decisions with your money, to think about what could be done to help make sure all the employees are vaccinated and that the employers are not being hurt if somebody got sick. So those kinds of things. So that's, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thanks, Katrina. So policy question for a board of scientists, a panel of scientists.
Is there something that you guys have seen that other cities have done? I mean, as you guys have been talking to other boards and things, are there something comparable to that could be applied to Netherlands?
Sorry to put you guys on the spot with you.
I think one of the things is the example that we are setting to others. And we're doing this for our businesses, we're doing this for our economy, we're doing this for our community. That if we are maybe in an indoor situation, to wear a mask as an example, and to support our local communities, support it with information. And I think the third one is for us to stay vigilant on the information as the information becomes available, and to share that information with our communities, with our businesses and so forth, because this is unfortunately not a stagnant target. This is something that changes. My hope is, especially as things get colder with the Delta variant or some of these other variants, that we would know the risks, practice this social distancing, wash our hands. That's one of these silly things that we can so easily forget. But that we are indeed, even though we have a high tourist population, there are things that we are actively able to do to stop the spread, to curb the spread of the virus. And if we can keep the numbers low and net, we know that's going to be good for our businesses.
The mayor, the only reason why we've all hesitated about that is really you are the decision makers. And I think we can only make recommendations. We can talk about the science, about how masks are effective, physical distancing, hand washing, availability of vaccines, support for businesses, all of those things and then you're going to hear fairly soon about the school guidelines, both for Boulder Valley as well as St. Vrain. But I think participating in that discussion, inviting us to have these frank discussions and try to answer your questions is really what you're doing. You're doing all the right things. And we're happy to have our team come back and talk the future. I really enjoyed Dr. Bromley and Dr. Hoyle's questions and presentations. So I think being invited and having these ongoing conversations is essential. And finally, I hear loud and clear what our pro tem mayor said. We'll give that feedback to our business outreach folks to make sure we have improved communication regarding guidelines. We'll take that comment very seriously. So thanks for the invitation, and we'll keep on working with you.
Thank you, Chris, and really, thank you Chris, to Elizabeth, to Siobhan, and to Ina. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight to help combat the misinformation we're all hearing. And I do want to really highlight the fact, Katrina, I know we've got 2 events coming up.
Yes. Thursday night or Thursday afternoon and evening from 3 to 8 is a vaccination clinic at the Caribou Room. And the gasoline lollipops are playing from 5 to 8. So little incentive if you have if you've had at least 1 shot, come to the concert. If you want to get a shot, come and get the shot. There's going to be food coupons for the yummy food, and I love the lollipops. So, and then the other one is Tuesday the 29th. The Netherland Food Pantry is having their first mini human services fair since the pandemic in person. Boulder County agencies come up and we help people with questions on housing, signing up for health insurance. We've got transportation people there. We'll also have a vaccine clinic, and the pantry will be open for shopping, and we'll have the vaccine clinic, and we'll also have food. So
yep, that's Thursday the 29th, right?
The 29th,
yep.
Sorry.
Yep, awesome. So yeah, Thursday night, get a shot in a show. Yeah, Chris, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, and just one other point for the community. We are going to continue COVID testing as well at the community center on Thursdays. That's it is going to continue through the month of August. I'm pretty sure we're pretty firm on that. So it's been, the numbers have been lower, but it's really been a great partnership with Boulder Community Health, with all the community members up at the community center. And it's it's very simple. It's free. Results are easy to get back. And so if it's something that if you're unvaccinated and you happen to have symptoms, or you're not feeling well, or you feel like you're in a situation where you need to get tested on a regular basis, will be available to community members through the end of August, and likely beyond that. But we'll continue to assess that.
Magnificent. Again, thank you guys all for coming out tonight, for sharing your expertise, for answering our questions. And yeah, I mean, maybe hopefully we won't ever have to have you back again, because we'll get on top of this and we won't have another pandemic. But it's great to know that we have resources within our community like this, like you guys, to answer our questions. So again, thank you for giving us your time tonight, and we really appreciate it. All right.
It's a pleasure.
We will, as a board, move on to our action items for this evening. We'll have only one, which is a liquor license hearing with a modification of premise for Busey Brews. So I believe I have to first convene this meeting of the Town of Netherland Liquor License Authority. Miranda, if you would please take roll of the members of the authority present.
Trustee Apt.
Yes.
Trustee Danforth.
Here.
Trustee Coombs Ismail.
Here.
Mayor Larson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhover.
Here.
Trustee Taylor.
Here.
Trustee Corvallin. Trustee Corvallin, are you there? Okay.
All right, the Liquor Licensing Authority is so convened, and I will now open the hearing on the application for the modification of the liquor license premises for Busey Brews, 70 East First Street, Netherland, Colorado, sought by Busey Brews LLC. Our authority secretary, our deputy town administrator, and town clerk has a few comments.
So the application before you is for a modification of the liquor license premises, and I've provided copies of the pertinent application materials to all members of the authority in this packet. The application was complete and it contained all the required documents and information. The application has also been submitted to the state for approval, and as you will note, the state did issue an expansion of their boundaries on September 18th, 2020. In talking with town staff, The town police department has no concerns about the issuance of this license, nor do any other town departments have any stated concerns regarding specifically this liquor license, including the fire department. A summary of the report and the petitions are in your packet and was found to show that the application meets the needs and desires of the neighborhood. Public notice of this hearing was posted at the location, as well as published in the newspaper in accordance with state law, and the record of this hearing contains proof of all such public notices.
Thank you, Miranda. And so I will enter this application as contained in the authority packet into the record of this hearing. And on the issue of proving that there's a need and desire of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood for modification of the liquor license premises, the neighborhood was determined to be the boundaries of the town of Nederland. Does anyone here or present this evening object to the boundaries of the neighborhood being set as the town of Nederland? Please speak up if you do. Not hearing any, we will proceed with the public hearing and welcome Kyle Busey to please present your application.
Well, we've been using our lower beer garden area for the last year since it was approved for outdoor use. It has been very good for especially hikers with dogs and people that do not want to be inside. We offer a fully automated system where you scan a QR code, it comes through our system, and then we bring the food and everything down to you. It's very easy to use. It's been very convenient for people and us alike, and it does not really it doesn't affect our capacity issues, as when we seat downstairs we kind of close the top half of our restaurant, so we're not really adding any tables, we're just moving them from inside upstairs to downstairs outside. And so we're looking to extend this on a permanent basis as far as being used as a beer garden into the future.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. Is there anyone in the any members of the public here now? We do have a number of you that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application. As usual, catch our attention somehow, and you will have your chance to speak either in favor or opposition. I do not hear or see any, so I will bring this instead to the members of the authority and see if anyone has any questions for the applicant regarding this application. And we'll just go down the list this time, beginning with Trustee Apt.
I have no questions. Looks like a good idea.
Okay. Trustee
Thanks,
Coombs Ismail.
No questions. This was good to me.
Okay. Trustee Taylor.
No questions.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Baumhofer. Jonathan, you're muted. We'll come back to Jonathan. Trustee Danforth.
I just have one question. In the application or in the letter, it says parking will be shifted as needed for the staff. What does that mean exactly?
It just means that they're not parking directly behind the restaurant, as we have not been doing for about 1.5 years now. And it hasn't been an issue as far as not having spaces for all the staff. So now we just park immediately to the east on our property line, where we've been parking the entire time anyways.
Okay.
Trustee Corvallin.
No questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhofer.
Sorry about that. I was having trouble unmuting myself. I have no questions. Looks good.
All right. I actually don't have any questions either. It seems like it's been a nice transition during this period to see the beer garden happening. So nice work on making that. Nice job making that work during this this period.
Thank you so much.
Kyle, do you have any closing comments that you'd like to make before we turn this to the board for any motions?
No, I just appreciate everybody's help, and it's been a interesting time, but it's certainly interesting to be able to pivot and keep going through all of this.
Yeah, it is indeed. You gotta be able to adapt, right?
Yep.
So I'm looking to the Board of Trustees. We have two potential motions that meet the needs of this application. Should a trustee like to make a motion either to grant or to deny the application?
I move that we grant the application.
Trustee Taylor, I second.
Do we need to, this might be a question for Jennifer Madsen, do we need to read into the record the full motion?
Yes. Yes.
Alan, could you read that motion? I find that.
Let's see, I find that the inhabitants of the neighborhood desire the license to be modified. The license will meet the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood. All town and state law requirements have been met. And that, based on these findings, the authority approves the modification of the liquor license premises for Busey Brews, 70 East First Street, Nederland, Colorado, sought by Busey Brews, LLC.
Do we have a second on that motion? Again.
I'll second that.
Just dotting the T's and crossing the I's.
It just seems an odd. It just seems an odd motion. I'm confused by the wording "I find" as opposed to "I motion to something." But never mind. That's fine. We'll
Yep.
go
Liquor
with that.
Authority, Liquor Authority fun. So Miranda, we have a motion and a second on the table. If you would please call the vote.
Trustee Coombs Ismail,
Yes.
Trustee Taylor,
Yes.
Trustee Apt,
Yes.
Trustee Danforth,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhover,
Yes.
Trustee Corvallin, Trustee Corvallin,
Yes.
Mayor Larson.
Yes. The motion is thus passed, and I ask that the authority's attorney, or Jennifer Madsen, please prepare draft findings and conclude. Oh, no, that's the wrong thing. I will just now adjourn the Nederland Liquor License Authority and return to the Board of Trustees meeting. Congratulations, Kyle. And
Thank you
good
guys
luck.
very much. Very much appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks.
And that actually concludes our action items for this evening. We're going to move forward into discussion items, beginning with a request from Public Works to use some of our surplus revenue in the general fund from last year to support road improvements on Big Springs Drive. And I believe our Public Works Administrator, Chris, is here to introduce this.
Yeah, thank you, board and the mayor. Tonight I'm requesting, after speaking with the town's financial team, I brought up with them that I was interested in a large paving project, and we're exploring ways in which we could fund it, and we kind of landed on this one. And one of them was trying to utilize the streets tax funds and borrow money and pay it back over time, because the fund doesn't generate a lot of money, doesn't generate millions of dollars. But after speaking with the finance team, it was brought to my attention that there's surplus revenue in the general fund, and it was recommended that I come to the BOT and make a request directly to you guys to do this paving project. And the paving project that I'm looking at doing is paving Big Springs Drive, and repairing some of the damage that's on there. And I have a cost estimate of roughly around $100,000. And so that is it, essentially. I'll take any question.
Thank you, Chris. I'll kick off the questions here. When you say pave Big Springs Drive, are you saying repave the currently paved section or extend that pavement?
Both. I'd like to repair some of the fractured asphalt that exists right now. The ground, I believe, is fairly stable, and really the issue is the fractured asphalt is allowing water to penetrate the subbase, unstable. So pave everything that exists right now. But I'd also like to continue over to Valley View Drive, which is another tenth of a mile past where it is right now. And one reason is I get a lot of dust complaints and washboarding complaints in that area.
Okay. And is this something you think, are you seeking this to do this year, like before the snow falls, or is this a request for next summer?
I'd like to do it at the end of August, early September.
Okay. All right. That answers my questions. I'm going to start with Trustee Coombs Ismail, since I know you live over in Big Springs now.
Yeah, I mean, Big Springs Drive is gets pretty brutal. The asphalt is pretty cracked and things are starting to crumble. And so it does make sense, I think, to do. In terms of extending it, that probably makes sense as well. That Big Springs Drive just becomes one continuous kind of paved section. My big question on that would be maintenance, basically, and whether or not like an effective maintenance plan for Big Springs Drive could be developed so that it doesn't get maybe to the state that it's in now again. Is that something that we can look at, Chris?
Yeah, I agree. I think that needs to happen. More comprehensive asphalt maintenance program, and we have funds. I'm not going to say, oh, we got plenty of money and we can do that, but I do believe it's necessary. I mean, having said that, Big Springs Drive has lasted 30 years with very little maintenance, so it it has worked. And then the other thing I'll mention is that I have funds for dust suppression in my Fund 60 account for the streets sales tax. And it's in the amount of around $20,000. And I was reluctant to use it this year because I feel like it's throwaway money because it just kind of it deals with the dust, but then the following year it's back again. And it doesn't really deal with the dust all year round. So a lot of money to put into that effort and not really get much return on it. After all, we all live on dirt roads, and that's just a fact of life. So I'd like to kind of mitigate that in a different way, and hopefully there on Big Springs Drive, where there is nearly 400 cars a day that drive on that road. In that particular spot, I can reduce that significantly.
Yep, I in fact live at the particular spot where it turns from asphalt to dirt, and it really does really flow down the hill right at us, and
Yeah.
that is clearly some kind of an issue. I don't know if it's a $20,000 a year issue, but it's some kind of an issue. The other question that I had is, you had mentioned in here that a full reconstruction of Big Springs would cost $850,000. I'm just wondering, is that something that you're thinking we should be planning on doing, or would this essentially replace such an effort?
Possibly. I mean, I'm suggesting doing this work, overlaying it. If my um, theories are right, I think that the ground is fairly stable, and I'll be able to overlay it, and the road will last a long time. My thinking behind it is by spending $1 million on this road, it's roughly $33,000 a year for 30 years. And so if I spend 100,000 now, every 3 years I could have a brand new road, if you think of it that way. So I think the road could easily last 3 years. I don't know why it wouldn't. But I think, let's do this, let's spend a little bit of money, let's make the road as nice as we can, and let's see how long it lasts.
And then my last question is, I imagine that the town's right of way there is wider than the road itself. The road itself, I don't think, is 60 feet wide. And I also imagine that right of way goes into maybe some of the driveway areas that are on the south side of Big Springs as it is now. One of the things that I would personally really love to see eventually is some kind of a trail on the side of the road for walking and biking that people can take from the Big Springs neighborhood into town, especially if it could connect to that trail that goes down onto Lakeview. I don't know if you know the spot that I'm talking about, like if that grade could be reduced at some point and we could kind of have some connectivity there for non-motorized transport and for walking and for pedestrian kind of commuting into town. That's something that I'm really keen on pursuing as an idea, and I'm kind of waiting for the trails survey and the trails master plan to be done before bringing that forward. But because we're talking about Big Springs and repaving, I wonder what your thoughts are on the feasibility of something like that, and whether or not this would be a time to start discussing it if we're talking about repaving.
I haven't thought about it, and I suppose because you're really just talking about having more space to walk.
Right. Well, right now, I mean, bikes and people and push, strollers and babies are right in the middle of a very kind of tight, dangerous, steep road. And, people are tearing around the corner and having to slam on their brakes when they literally see a baby in the middle of the road. So that's a kind of thing I'd like to work on alleviating.
Yeah. I haven't given much thought, but I'm open to ideas. The right of way is bigger, but as far as reconstructing it to make it to accommodate pedestrian traffic, like another 5 feet, say,
right,
would be significant, at least in some areas. So we could walk it and talk about it. I'm open to it.
Yeah, and just because there is that connector down to Lakeview, it seems like we wouldn't necessarily need to do the entire Big Springs Drive in order to make pedestrian and bike traffic a lot safer on that road. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Trustee Corvallin.
Yeah, I kind of want to say that I think that dust mitigation for all of the sales tax area is not a waste of money. If you actually live in an area that's pretty dusty, it's quite unhealthy. It rises up into your house and into your lungs. And if you're working outside or walking down the street, trying to ride your bike to town, and so I would argue that that's not a waste of money. So are you thinking about taking that $20,000 you had allotted for dust suppression and putting it into this project, or
Yeah,
what?
in the past I used that. It cost about $10,000 just to do from where the pavement ends on Big Springs Drive to the intersection of Alpine. But that alone is $10,000. So I mean, I know you might be thinking more comprehensively and doing a lot more.
I was thinking that.
But I don't really have that kind of funds.
Because when I first moved here, like 25 years ago, there was some kind of molasses that got put on the roads, and it really helped. I don't know if it was molasses, but it had that kind of smell. Do you know what I'm talking about? Any idea why that practice stopped?
I don't know what happened back then, but I could research it more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a waste of money. I mean, I think it's part of quality of life. And for people who walk or ride their bikes or live off the road, even where I live in the back of Alpine, there's a lot of construction trucks coming and going all the time right now, and it is gross. It's so dusty. But as far as what you're talking about, you want to pave, you're kind of doing a patch job, right? Because you're saying it's 850,000 to do the whole street, but for 100,000 is all you're asking. You can kind of patch it up, make it look good. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I can resurface it.
And you really think that you can get it to go to Valley View for that amount of money?
I think so. Yep.
And I do want to argue, and just being, the way I am, that yes, it's lasted 30 years, but for the 25 years I've been living here, it's had big potholes and it's never been perfect. So yeah, it's lasted, and hopefully this little Band-Aid will help at least for a few years with those big potholes that are dangerous. So I am for you, I guess, doing this, but I don't want you to think that dust mitigation is a waste of money. It's no more waste of money than what you're thinking about doing right now, which is paving a road that's going to get potholes in a few years. but for that, fine. It's fine with me. Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Tanya. Trustee Danforth?
I don't have any questions. I think this sounds like a good project.
Okay. Trustee Apt?
Seems like a reasonable proposal that's well thought out.
Okay. Trustee Taylor?
Good plan.
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhofer?
Way to go, Chris. Big Springs has been needing some attention for a long time, so all in favor of this project. And I actually like the way you're looking at this in terms of dust control versus paving. So I'm in favor, and I agree. Well thought out.
Agreed. This is I guess we're hearing that the entire board is in agreement. Is this, if this came back as an action item at the first meeting in August, Chris, this is for Chris Pelletier, came back as an action item in the first meeting in August, is that a good timeline for you?
We were hoping to wrap this up into a supplemental budget later in the year because there are other items that could be added to it. And so that was my understanding that I wouldn't need to have an
Chris?
action right away. Okay, Chair.
Chris, this is Karen. We did talk to our attorney about that today. And what she's recommending is that we put a pretty simple resolution together that we bring to that first meeting in August. And it is a supplemental appropriation is really what we're asking for. So it won't include the details of the project, just that we will be appropriating $105,000 from the surplus revenue from the general fund for this project. Does that sound, Mayor Larson, like a good plan to you?
I think that's a great plan. I just wanted to make sure that by doing that at the first meeting in August, there's still sufficient time for Chris to make this project happen before the snow falls.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, this is a discussion item, so I do want to throw it open. We've heard from the Board of Trustees. If anyone from the public would like to weigh in on this, do we have any residents of Big Springs that want to chime in? Please catch our attention. You can have up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Caleb Malamed, and I live on Big Springs. My family lives on Big Springs, and I fully agree with the plan. I think we get a lot of dust, a lot of dust up here, and the washboards are also very loud, and then also hard on cars. The other thing is, and I think one of the other trustees talked about just the number of people that walk Big Springs, like was mentioned with strollers and dogs and so forth, and so it'll help with the dust there. And that also, one thing too is people drive this stretch of drive incredibly fast. The speed limit's 15 miles an hour. And so I think with pavement, will they drive faster? And with that, is there the possibility of doing any sort of speed, something to slow cars down? I don't know. I mean, we joke that you could pay for this project if the Netherlands police sat up here and just issued speeding tickets over a couple of days. You could pay for the whole project. So just a question about speed.
One of the ongoing problems with most roads in town these days, sadly we hear. But yeah, I guess Chris, you want to address whether or not speed bumps or any other kind of traffic calming could be brought into this, or because I know that also has problems then with plowing and.
Yeah, so you're probably right. Speeds will increase. The speeds are pretty fast now. 15 is actually kind of slow for the road, in my opinion. I mean, 25 is pretty reasonable. I did a traffic study on it a couple years ago, and the average speed really was around 25 for the 400 cars a day that travel Big Springs Drive. But there are exceptions of a few that go 35 and 40. So as far as what we could do, speed bumps, I'll consider. It's not something I'm a big fan of, and we could do solar speed limit signs. I purchased one this year that I'm going to try out on First Street, and that might be useful in Big Springs. And I'm open to other ideas. Maybe really mellow speed bumps or something. I'm not really sure. Maybe rumble strips.
Yeah,
rumble strips.
it's something we can look at.
Sorry, this
Well,
is Caleb again. And there was a short period of time where one of the radar truck with the solar that shows faster.
We moved
zone.
that around town. Yeah, we moved that around town to various points where we're
Right.
seeing problems.
Right. And
So,
when that was up here, we noticed people driving more slowly. And so I think if you did some of those radar speed things, that could help. But overall, I just think that's a great project. Paving it up to Valley View makes a lot of sense. I would love to see that. So thank you for the work on this. Really appreciate it.
thanks, Caleb. Anyone else from the public want to weigh in on this? Of course, obviously, this will be an action item at the next meeting. So if you have things that come to mind, you can speak then as well. All right. Thank you, Chris. Like the others said, great project. Nice creative solution instead of trying to find $850,000.
Agreed.
All right. Second discussion item for the night is talking about the IGA, or we say IGA, but the Comprehensive Development Plan, IGA, between the county and the town. This is the one we spent a year working on pre-COVID and then let drop. And the important thing here is that our current IGA that has been in effect for 19 and a half years expires in March of next year. And so with this discussion, this is really just kind of starting to broach the topic about what this Board of Trustees wants to do moving forward with that IGA. Because this Board of Trustees didn't weigh in on the previous one. It was under the previous Board of Trustees that was working on a renegotiated IGA. And so tonight, the only thing we want to try and find out, and is to kick this off, is what does this board want to do? And there's the three options here on the screen. Kind of our three choices we could do. We could simply re-up the IGA that we have now. We could go back to Boulder County and see about renegotiating it, kind of the method we were doing previously. Or we could just say, you know what, we no longer want to have this development IGA with Boulder County and walk away. The reason we're trying to do this in this way is if the majority of the board wants to let the IGA expire, then there's not much need for the rest of the discussion and trying to decide what to do in terms of amending or keeping as is. I did have a brief conversation with the Boulder County Commissioner Claire Levy last week. Boulder County commissioners, one of them, but she was speaking for the commissioners at that point, are interested in discussing with us a continuation of the IGA, either as written or amended. So the commissioners are in favor of us doing something. Not, obviously they don't want us to let it just expire completely. But the question is now for this board, do we want to let it expire, or do we want to look at renegotiating? And part of my discussion with her is I broached the fact that we only have 9 months, and we spent a year doing this previously and didn't get anywhere. So in 9 months might be difficult. We talked about the possibility of a temporary extension, a 1 to 2 year extension of our current IGA to give us time. So we're not feeling stressed about the fact that we have until March to do this. So really, I just would like a discussion amongst the board to hear each trustee. What would you like to see happen? Are you in the expire camp, amend camp, or continue camp? And then also, would you be interested in being a part of a subcommittee to have those discussions with Boulder County? Previously, we worked closely with the Boulder County planning staff. The town administrator, Karen Garrity, and I met with them many times to work on the various drafts of the IGA while bringing it back and forth with both the commissioners and the BOT. But I think this time it would be great if we could get more trustees involved, and even potentially just a couple trustees and not myself involved in renegotiating, if that's the direction we go. So I'd just like to hear from each of the trustees. What do you want to do with the IGA? Do you want to continue? And would you be willing to serve on a subcommittee to lead those discussions and with Boulder County? So I am going to just start calling on people here again, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Baumhofer this time.
I'm in the amendment camp, and I'm in the camp that we should start working on this. I was a part of that previous VOT and still believe this is important and believe there are some things that the county would like to see amended in this as well. I think it's important to continue to have an IGA, and I think it's important to continue to honor all of the work that was put into the past IGA. In terms of the extension, I'm not in favor of extending it. I would be in favor of starting to work on this, and if we haven't gotten anywhere, let it lapse and then reinstate a new IGA. I believe that would kind of light a fire under the county to work with us. And I am interested, but right now have zero time to take on any other tasks in my life. So if no other boards are interested, I can try to find time. I'm hoping that the majority of these discussions will be happening during winter time, which is my slow season.
Okay, Jonathan. Julian, Trustee Taylor.
So I read through the IGA and I think I understood it. And as I was reading through it, I was thinking, well, yeah, I can see how this helps. I can see how this might be a problem, but I'm really lacking an awful lot of context for this. And so it would be helpful to me to hear some people who've had experience with this kind of talking through where it worked and where it didn't. So I've got to say that reading it through, I failed to gather enough context to really understand it. And so for now, I'm going to defer to the other trustees' opinions. And it depends on how many meetings and how long those meetings might be and how they might be scheduled. But I would like very much, I would be willing to bone up on this and understand the context. And if you need someone to participate in the negotiations, I'll be glad to at least look into if I can schedule that sort of thing.
Thank you, Julian. Trustee Danforth.
Yeah, as someone who's participated in the kind of previous rounds of the IGA, but I did it in the capacity as a planning commissioner, I am definitely in the camp of, amending it and, at least making sure at a minimum that we keep our current one going. If we have to do an extension while we work on these amendments, I am all for that. And I also think that, getting the information out to the public before the misinformation gets out there is going to be key. I just remember the previous meetings going off the rails with people coming up with their conspiracy theories about what was actually happening with the IGA, and they were the ones that were dragging out our meetings. And especially, we tried everything by having the county even come up to one of our meetings to try to answer questions directly. And it was interesting to see them say very clearly what was happening and have members of the public say they don't believe them. So I think that was my first taste of misinformation. So I really think that moving forward with this, we just have to be on top of it, I think, with communication and try to make sure that the misinformation doesn't take hold again and kind of take control of our meetings. But yeah, I'm all for keeping this going and working out some amendments.
Thank you, Lindsay. Trustee Apt.
I appreciate all the work that was done previously on this, particular by our mayor. So thank you, Chris. Much appreciated, and Karen Garrity. And I hate to see all that work that we did and all the abuse that we took not be taken advantage of, because I think we did make a great deal of progress. And as Trustee Danforth said, there was just an incredible amount of misinformation. I do think we addressed a lot of those concerns. I think their primary concern, in my estimation, was that people, and some people in the community felt that this was a attempt to encourage growth and, really expand Nederland. That was definitely not the case. But, there was an attempt to look at, are there some logical places to annex where people want to be annexed? We found out that generally that was not the case. Nobody wanted to be annexed. So I hope we can take the work that was done and the amendments that were brought up tentatively and make that a starting point for those that are on the subcommittee to look at. And I think the impression I get is that Nederland and Boulder County are in good agreement in terms of what should happen in Western Boulder County. They like the idea of a rural area staying generally rural. We like that idea. They're concerned about keeping the environment in good shape, considering the ecosystem. We feel that way. So I see a lot more agreement than disagreement. I think where some of the paranoia came from was people either feeling like Boulder County wanted to make all of our decisions for us, which you could argue right now that is more the case with the current agreement. You could suspect that. And I think what motivated me to think we should go ahead and revise it was to give us, more of the decision-making power in terms of annexations. So anyway, I do think a lot of progress was made. I do think we need to have this in place. And I think philosophically, we are in agreement with the county, which is a very progressive county, and we're a very progressive community. So I say continue with the IGA, the discussion with some of the amendments we discussed previously.
Thank you, Alan. Tanya?
Okay. I am in the camp to continue the IGA as it's written, but be open to amendments. I'm not sure where people want to do amendments if we're talking about on a case by case basis, dealing with the borders or something explicitly written in the IGA. I'm not familiar with the amendments that people want. Are you familiar with what would be an amendment that somebody wants to put in there?
Well, we're basically starting over. Is that we're the previous discussion is like whatever. Yeah.
So then people will, you guys will have to come up with ideas. I don't want to risk the IGA expiring. I think that's the minute it expires. It's helping, I think, control some of the development that could occur in our borders. I'd be willing to help on a committee, but coming in from a place of learning as I go, as I don't know much. I wasn't part of the first process. So if I was to vote right now, if that was we had to do it today, I would just say leave it as it is. And I don't think we need the 7 months extension, but if we get to that point and it's February and we're nowhere near, I think we could do it then. I just to not allow it to expire. But I think it would be good just to get it done. So
Right.
that's
Thank you, Tanya. Eric?
Yeah, while I was not involved in the previous process, obviously, I won't pretend that I'm not familiar with what was proposed or what was being discussed, and some of the maps and plans that were being put forward. And I find it a challenging thing to discuss independently of not only the Envision 2030 process, but the potential re-upping of the comprehensive plan. Like it seems very challenging to separate these two things, the IGA and the comprehensive plan, when they essentially reflect each other in a lot of ways. The IGA kind of sets out the course for what the town of Nederland can do with the boundaries that it has, or the boundaries that it might have, and the comprehensive plan kind of explains how we might do that within those boundaries. And so I find it hard to separate those two things. I would really like to see these conversations kind of come together at a certain point where the comprehensive plan and the IGA sort of reflect each other in a way that is not confusing, I think, to town, to residents, to the BOT, that provides us kind of a clearer foundation for how we're going to move forward through the next decade. And I think that those things need to be discussed in tandem with each other. I mean, I personally, right now, fall down on the side of re-upping the IGA as it currently stands, especially in light, and this is the key for me, in light of the current comprehensive plan that we are working with. And in the way that that plan is written says to me that we need that we haven't really achieved many of the things that are in there, especially regarding infill development. And so that is where I stand, because I'm basing my kind of position on it on the comprehensive plan that I believe should be a guiding document for the community. And until there's a new comprehensive plan that states otherwise, to me it seems that this IGA is, as it is written, reflects our current comprehensive plan, and that we haven't quite achieved that yet. And I would like to see that achieved. Now, I understand we might change. The comprehensive plan might be amended to reflect something else, and the community might make their kind of feelings known through that process. And that would potentially change my position regarding this IGA. But that is, as it stands now, with the foundational documents that we have now, and with how I understand kind of the will of the residents, and thinking more as a delegate rather than a representative, it seems to me that the IGA should be continued as it is currently written.
All right, thank you, Eric. Nicely, I did not hear anyone say they want it to just straight up expire and not have this conversation at all. So at least we're all in agreement on that, because I too believe that we should continue to have an IGA with Boulder County. I think there's some pieces in the amendments that we worked on previously that should be continue to be negotiated with Boulder County. I think there's, that was something that was written in 2002, and I think the state of the Front Range has changed significantly since then. So I think just taking a look at it with the county and finding what possible changes might make sense. And yes, some of those I think are annexations. As we discussed before, I think there were some properties, individual homes around the perimeter of town that are part of certain neighborhoods that just lie just outside of town boundaries. We should have there should be the ability or the mechanism for annexing those single family homes that have already been built, already constructed, already part of a neighborhood, but just lie outside of town, so that those individuals that had come to us previously can participate more fully. We had people who spoke that they wanted to be part of town because they were interested in serving on some of our boards and potentially running for this board. So including some amendments just to enable that kind of modification to town limits, I think is appropriate. I heard from at least a few members of, few trustees who are interested in serving on a committee or serving on a subcommittee to hold these discussions with the county. So I think we'll reach out after the meeting to sort of set that up, to figure out who really wants to do that, and if it's, particularly with you, Jonathan, depending on the schedule. I totally understand the height of building season is probably not the time for you to be taking on further responsibilities. But this is also a discussion item, so I do want to throw this open to the public. Obviously, we are not discussing any details about whatever the IGA may or may contain, just the fact that the board is looking at trying to continue the IGA in some form with the county. So if anyone would like to speak to us on that, now would be.
Mayor, I forgot to respond to that question of yours, and I am willing to serve on the subcommittee.
Magnificent. Thank you, Eric. Sorry, and I accidentally muted myself while I was scrolling to see faces and names who are here. So if anyone from the public would like to weigh in or would like to speak on whether the town should continue an IGA or not, now would be your opportunity. Please catch our attention in some way. All right, not seeing or hearing anything, we'll move forward with this evening, and there will be many more discussions of the IGA in the coming months as our subcommittee works with the county. So we will move to the third discussion item, which is the American Rescue Plan funds discussion. And I believe we're going to have this one introduced by Miranda.
Yes, good evening. All right, before you today is the American Rescue Plan funds. Town Administrator Karen Garrity had put some updates regarding these funds in her staff report, but we're finally ready to pull it before you as a full discussion. So the town of Netherland will receive $385,319.17 in 2 payments, which I've outlined here. We have received the first round of payments already. We received those back in June. So we're really looking to have a conversation with the Board of Trustees regarding how do you want to spend these funds, both that $192,000 we have now, as well as the amount we will receive approximately in June of next year. So a couple things that I want to make sure you're aware of is that the funds can be spent in the following ways. I included a lot of documents that outline this information. But you can support public health expenditures, address negative economic impacts caused by public health emergencies, replace lost public sector revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. I did put a note in here that Town of Netherland was really fortunate enough that we did not lose any revenue, and therefore anything that falls kind of under that bucket, we are not eligible for because of that. So to help guide the conversation, town staff thought that we would provide some recommendations on how we feel that the funds could be used. The first is grit removal. Chris Pelletier has come before the board a few times to explain that currently the wastewater treatment facility lacks the equipment to remove grit from the treatment process, and that really has a big impact on the mechanical operations of the facility. It's important to have the grit removal to avoid excess wear and tear on the facility's pumps and to improve operational efficiencies. There is an opportunity to potentially pursue DOLA grant funding. However, as we know, grants are never a guarantee. So it's recommended that the board consider putting $100,000 towards that grit removal system. Another option would be a utility bill payoff program, which the board has kind of touched on a few times. And the thought would be that the town could pay off one of the quarterly bills, and it could be approximately $30,000 if the town were maybe to like wipe Q4 bills for all residents. We are putting in here funding for a full-time co-responder, and we do have Janine Hall here if you have questions about this program, but Larry Johns has spoken to the Board of Trustees a few times about our use of co-responders to assist with mental and behavioral health needs in our community. Right now, that's really kind of on an on-call basis. We call, we let them know our support needs, and I try to send someone up. Given what we've seen in the community, though, there is a desire to bring on that person full-time. And what that looks like is really an agreement with Boulder County where we cover the person's salary and fringe benefits, but they are a Boulder County employee in order to receive that clinical supervision and be a part of that co-responder program. And Janine is the expert on this, so I can let her explain more. But for that program, we're looking at somewhere between $90,000 to $98,000 annually for that type of position. We are interested in maybe splitting that cost with the sheriffs, but again, that's just in kind of initial negotiation phase. I can't guarantee that. Another option is premium pay for essential workers. So as you know, Public Works and Police Department, they didn't get an opportunity to work from home or modify their work schedule. They are essential workers. And so one opportunity for these funds is to select a certain time period during the pandemic. So perhaps that's like a March to March type time frame, and compensating those employees through a retrospective premium pay program that would, depending on the amount, would give them a financial bonus or incentive for all the work that they did during the height of the pandemic. I also put in here hybrid meetings. I do have $15,000 left in CARES funding, which I feel confident will cover the infrastructure needed at the community center to have hybrid meetings. Just kind of something to put in the back of your head that if it goes over, an ask would be to use these funds for that. And the last one is broadband. And I don't have a ton of information about this because we're in the early stages of figuring out how to address that digital divide. But there obviously are opportunities to use these fundings to work with a consultant or contractors to find ways to increase our 5G connectivity and generally address the broadband issues here in the mountains. So that's by no means an exhaustive list. There are plenty of other ways that we could explore using the funds, but just some things, food for thought as you go work through this, and some recommendations from town staff. So we're really just looking to have a conversation tonight of how you'd like to see the funds used, if any of these stand out. And then again, we have Janine and Chris here if you wanted further information on the grit removal or co-responders.
Thank you, Miranda. So just to be clear, this when are we looking to actually kind of make these decisions?
I think it will really depend on the route the Board of Trustees wants to go. And we've got a few options here like grit removal and co-responders that we could act on immediately. If those were to be used, that does use up kind of the first installment, because together that's about $190,000. Otherwise, if the board felt like broadband was the priority, then town staff would need time to work through that. The funds have to be spent in their entirety by 2026. So,
okay, so we have 2 years.
yeah, we do have some time. You know, we things like grit removal, obviously, though, that we can't wait forever on that. So there are some items here that probably have a bit more urgency behind them than others.
Mm-hmm. And I guess, you know, that kind of ties into one of the questions I had regarding the co-responder position. I mean, because we get these 2 payments. I'd hate to hire somebody like that, and then 2 years from now, we don't have this money anymore. What's the thinking there? Is it, are we looking at how we can make it a more permanent position, or is it kind of a test right now using the APR funds?
Yeah, so Marshall Johns had thought, and Janine we can talk to with that, is it's a year-to-year program. So of course the thought is to try it for a year, see how it's going. If we feel like it's great, talk with the sheriffs about splitting the cost of that person, and also finding ways to fund it internally. You know, that may take time to get there, but that was already a discussion with the police department and in their budget meeting. And so, you know, really kind of getting the data is the biggest thing, though. Without having that full-time co-responder, we can't really show how valuable that position may be for our community. And when we get that information, it'll help potentially through grant funding or whatever that might look like, different avenues for securing that position, because we know the value it has here in the community. But Janine, do you mind, Mayor Larson, if I invite her in to
go right ahead? Yeah.
Share anything else that I am missing?
My name is Janine Holm, the program manager for the Boulder County co-response team. Currently, our co-response team does respond to Nederland, Lyons, Ward, basically all unincorporated Boulder County, as well as Lafayette and Erie. Right now, we are only funded through Boulder County. So Boulder County gives us money for this programming. And then also we've received a very large 5-year grant, which we are moving into year 3 of from the Office of Behavioral Health. So right now, my job is really to try and secure like long-term funding, and also really to basically collect the data and the research in our county that supports these types of services for our county. One of the things, the reason why I came up to talk with the Marshall and Miranda about this is just recently Erie decided, but
sorry, you're breaking up and I lost the audio there for 20 seconds.
Okay, sorry about that.
Janine, sometimes it helps to keep your
guys
camera
hear?
off. It's a tough system.
Is that
We
when I
had
do
you right
stop
up until the
video?
point
I
where
just
you were
don't want
looking
it.
to get.
There we go.
Yeah. You're
So one
looking
of the
at
reasons why I
funding and
came up,
data.
yeah, so one of the reasons why we came up and just recently talked with Marshall and Miranda, because in Erie,
Can you hear
Erie
us?
decided, you know, yeah, I can hear you. You can't hear me? Yeah, I don't know.
I think we've mostly lost
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, I'm still,
I can hear you.
still
I can
here.
hear
I
you.
just, okay. Can anybody else
Okay,
hear me?
let's try again. Keep going.
The joy of doing this virtually. The reason why we I decided to come and talk with the Nederland is because our time is a problem. In the Nederland area, it takes about 5 minutes. And on average, we're on calls at least 2 hours. So one of the things that's happened in the town of Erie, which is a small town that we also work with, they decided, still can't hear me? I'm off now. Gosh, sorry. I had great, it would have been great.
Came back just to ask if you're off now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Miranda, if you want to go ahead and keep on taking it. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with the connection.
No, you're fine. So I think I can pick up where you left off. So Janine and her team came up and met with myself and Marshall Johns and just talked to us about how Erie opted to move forward with what we're proposing tonight and bring that person on as a full-time member. Now, again, while they report to Boulder County, they really are they're part of our team, but they're not an officer. They're going to provide that behavioral and mental health support, which I know has been a desire of the Board of Trustees. I believe both this current board and previous boards is to provide them more well-rounded response. So if we had someone here, not only can they respond in that crisis mode, but they can also serve as a case manager and do follow-up. And I think that's a big piece of what we're missing here in the community is knowing that someone needs that extra level of support and they're not just getting it in that one-time crisis moment. They have that longevity of knowing they can connect back with this co-responder. But to your point, Mayor Larson, it is kind of a year-by-year position that we would want to, if successful, probably at that 6-month mark, look into how we could continue to fund it.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think these are great options. I'm really appreciative of seeing the utility bill forgiveness piece on there as well for the community. So thank you for town staff for putting this together. I'm just going to go throw this open for discussion from the board, beginning with Eric, since I saw your camera come on.
Yeah, I think these are some interesting ideas. I mean, the co-responder program, while it's something I am interested in, it does seem to be very expensive in relation to the amount of funds that we actually have here. And honestly, I would prefer to see something like that built into the PD's current budget rather than maybe adding more onto the top. And I know that that's challenging, but I think that that's the kind of thinking that we need to have those kinds of creative solutions for these sorts of issues. I mean, I would almost prefer to see the town hire a social worker for that amount of money who can become the beginning of a Health and Human Services department in the town of Maryland, rather than maybe the co-responder program, even though it is a very interesting idea. I really like the idea of utility forgiveness. I think that that's something we absolutely have to do. And I also really like the idea of compensating our staff, especially staff who had their pay cut at some point during this pandemic and have gone through the same things that we have, but sometimes have struggled through it as critical workers. So I like the idea also of maybe coming up with a staff bonus program. I think there's a lot that we could talk about, which is really hard to do in this format, about what this money could be used for. And I hope that we can find a way that has maximum impact for the people who actually were maximally impacted by COVID. And I'm not sure that grit removal or 5G accomplishes that. And I think that there might be other programs that we could start, even if they are temporary programs. And I think we could also use these funds maybe to start in the same vein as the co-responder program, start building into the town's budget positions, in particular staff positions that I think town is sorely lacking. And I'm thinking on the side of Health and Human Services, of course, but I'm also thinking about parks and maybe some other staff positions that we don't really have, we don't have dedicated people for, and maybe using this money to start funding them while we build these positions back into our budget, so that when the funding expires, we actually have a method for sustainable funding for the positions that we start maybe with this money. So I'd be more interested in seeing things like that rather than maybe the 5G idea. But that's my thoughts so far. There's a whole lot to think about here, and I feel like we need to have more discussions about this before we make any decisions.
Thank you, Eric. Trustee Corvallin.
I do agree more discussions is, I do agree more discussions are good. I like the idea of giving our first responders a significant bonus this year. Definitely, I deserve it. I would also like to look into the possibility of increasing their pay in general. And I don't know if that comes in budget conversations or where, because I know that we are losing people all the time, you know, fire department, police, and because we don't pay in a competitive rate for other communities. So the least we can do is do a bonus. I do like the utility $30,000 there. I think that small investment into hybrid is a great idea for meetings. I think it's a technology that, you know, hopefully we can even use outside of COVID. And I'm not really, I don't think we should do a tower, a 5G tower or whatever in town. I don't know what that means, broadband. Are we talking free internet for everybody? Couldn't there be another way to do that? I don't know. I guess that needs more discussion as well. I do agree with Eric that an employee for 90,000 for 1 year, I'm not really sure if that's a good use of the money. It does seem very expensive. So I don't necessarily think we should spend it on the sewage plant. That's just off the top of my head. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Tanya. Trustee Apt?
Yeah, I generally agree with the kinds of things that have been said. I think the grit removal is definitely a need, but I think this may be premature. I think there are infrastructure bills in Congress right now that I'm still optimistic that the Senate's going to pass them, and that might be a better source of funding for that sort of community need. I do like the idea of having a behavioral responder, but I think given the price tag, we really do need to have a partnership with Boulder County for cost sharing, as we have with police coverage. So I'm hoping we can work something out so we don't have to bear the full burden of that. I'm glad we're going to be able to forgive some of the utility bills that are in arrears for low-income folks who have been stressed by COVID. We did have some relief for business already, so I don't know if it makes sense to have business be a component of that, but if we can afford it and it's a need, you know, so be it. But I think we need to look at outreach to low-income people and see what else the needs are there. I think the food pantry and things like that are doing a great job of outreach, but I suspect there are some greater needs there than we know about. So that's all that comes to mind with me, and I'm looking forward to additional discussions on these topics. So
Thank you,
good
Alan.
to start with.
Thank you. Trustee Danforth?
I think, you know, personally, I really want to see money put towards hybrid meetings. I know a lot of towns around the country are moving that way now, and I think that's also a way for us to be more inclusive to people who don't have transportation or babysitters to come to our lengthy meetings. But I think listening from home and participating from home will provide, you know, more people access to our meetings. And I think, you know, personally, from, you know, doing meetings in person and doing meetings, you know, on virtually and online, it seems like we have more participation in the online. So I want to find a way to continue that. I also think, you know, forgiving utility payments, I think that would be a good way to spend some of that money. Also, the funding of the co-responder, I think that's something that's very important. I'm just not sure about using temporary funds to work towards that. I think that's something we need to put into our budget permanently. So I really want to see that funded in a different way. I think the adding some kind of hazard pay for essential workers, I think that's a good idea as well. Yeah, I'm not really interested in the broadband yet up here. And the grit removal, I think there's going to be other ways for us to fund that as well. So those are kind of my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Lindsay. Trustee Taylor?
Yeah, there's an awful lot of food for thought here, and I'd like to commend the staff for coming up with some very, very good proposals. Regarding the one thing that sticks in my mind is the notion of the co-responder. I agree that it seems an odd thing, it seems an odd role to staff with temporary funds. And what I almost wonder is if we wouldn't be better off to consult with some of our Netherlands psychotherapists and see if any of them are interested in perhaps learning more about the co-responder program and perhaps being trained in that area, and see if we have some local therapists in Netherlands who might be willing to be on call for that role. Don't know if that's possible, but if I'm thinking about that and I'm thinking about how we would want to start this sort of a program, of course, with Marshall John's input. And I'm just thinking we have more options than just going with the basic Boulder co-responder program. So I would like to explore that a little bit more. Lots of very good suggestions here, and I look forward to the future discussions.
Thank you, Julian. Mayor Pro Tem Baumhofer?
Yeah, there's a lot here, and there's not all that much money, as Eric kind of had pointed out. It's a decent amount of money. I guess on my side, I'm always going to come down on the if we have some funds that can help us develop infrastructure, especially regarding anything from grit removal to any type of infrastructure, I'm going to be in favor for it. So I actually do think that the grit removal would be a nice use of some of this money. I'm definitely in favor of the premium pay for our essential workers, our police department, all of the workers, the town staff. So I would like to see that pursued for sure. I am back and forth on the co-responder. I guess I think it's a good program, and I would actually rather see the co-responder than trying to reach out to local therapists. I think there's already an established relationship here. I would also, though, kind of second what Julian just said of if this is something we really want to use temporary funding for without knowing that we can find funding to continue this. But we did just approve $100,000 left over in the general fund for a road thing. So it seems like we've gotten to a place, thanks to the strong work of town staff and Karen and all of the work that's been done with our budget, that we are finding that we have a little bit more money. So I guess for this, I would really like to see the grit removal done, premium pay for our workers. And I am in favor of the utility bill payoff program. In terms of the hybrid meeting, it seems like we can get that from other places. I would agree we need to find a way to do that. And broadband just does not necessarily seem like it's gonna have the greatest effect on really providing more support. I will say that if we can find a way to fund the full-time co-responder, I think especially in the pandemic, it would be a huge help to our police department. And all you got to do is read Larry's reports and the monthly reports put in both Gilpin News and Mountain News, or the Mountaineer, and you can see that a lot of calls that our police officers and the county sheriffs who work under our hybrid agreement, a lot of what they respond to would be greatly assisted by having a co-responder. And I think it would really help the police to have that level of expertise. And if there is already a relationship established, that I would like to pursue this program as opposed to try to go outside the box and find a therapist who may be willing to be on call, because that individual would, I don't think you could ask somebody to do that if it's not their full-time job. So those are my thoughts, and I think we still have a lot to really look into here. I would like to see what the amounts are on the premium pay for our essential workers. And that's about my input for the night. Apologies, y'all. Real tired.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, I think it sounds like there's a fair amount of agreement on the board, at least in the overall sense of things. The details are going to be hashed out in a lot more of these discussions, but it sounds like right now that I think perhaps unanimously on the board, we're interested in pursuing the premium pay for the first responders and the utility payoff. It's sort of potentially the low-hanging fruit of that list. So I think we should take a look at moving forward on those and see, like Jonathan said, what's the cost of the premium pay, and how many bills can we forgive on the utility payments. The other stuff I do think is going to be a longer discussion, and certainly more in depth, but I think it's fortunate that it's coming about the time where we start looking at the budget for next year, because a lot of it does play into those long-term budgetary questions. I do, because it is a discussion item and we have a lot of people who have held with us so far tonight, I want to throw this open to the public. You've seen some of the proposals from town staff. What do you guys think? Do we miss obvious things? Are there things we should be throwing in there? Catch our attention somehow? I just saw, was that Kyle? Did I just saw your camera come on?
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
want to speak? All right. You can identify yourself I know we can see and we know who you are, but for the record, the audio record, and give us 3 minutes.
No worries. Kyle Busey, thank you for all your consideration. You guys have some great thoughts. Really, the broadband definitely can go by the wayside for now. As far as the Boulder County outreach programs, I think maybe that could be a something we talk with Boulder County about, as far as employees and mental health and everything. Maybe it's not a full-time position, but it's somebody who's available with office hours in Nederland at certain times. I definitely think that it would be somebody who would need to have not only a psychoanalyst and EMS certification, because you never know what's going to happen, but they need to be able to come up here at least once or twice a week, I would think. I don't know if it needs to be a full-time thing. And then for the frontline workers, just remember what businesses were open the whole time, like the grocery store and the gas stations and all that stuff. Like, so, I mean, they were all considered essential as far as, staying open. So just all I'm saying is don't forget about those guys who were open the whole time. So thank you so much for your time tonight, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kyle.
Mayor Larson, we have a comment from Kathleen Chipai, which I will read into the record.
Okay.
Kathleen Chipai, 17-year resident, 17-year business owner. I don't understand where the $30,000 spent on paying off all residents' quarterly water bills came from, but I like the idea of money going to everyone equally for water bills. I'm going to guess on the bills and the number of homes, but from what I do know, if the average quarterly bill was around $300, $100 per month, and there were 600 connected, that comes to $180,000. I'm against anything going to 5G. I like the idea of a co-responder, but I don't think the co-responders should be making anywhere near what the marshal gets paid. What the heck on the salary, and what is their salary from Boulder County if they are a Boulder County employee? And I question if a salary person, especially if the person isn't in town, as it wouldn't increase response time if the person lived outside of a mile or two radius of town. Why not hire people already here, like the Peak to Peak Counseling Center? And I don't miss the fact that Boulder County co-responders are here to support being hired by town. I think the people who should receive compensation in some way are the workforce service people and counselors who worked March through June 2020, like workers who worked at BNF, food establishments, counseling, and healthcare.
Thank you, Miranda. Anyone else? Barb, I see your hand up. Barbara Hart.
Sorry, it's that whole unmute thing. I just wanted to say, as someone who has had to call for a co-response team, in the last couple of months. It took almost 4 hours to get a mental health person up here in a situation that could have quickly de-escalated if someone had been closer. Thinking that our local workers that are already therapists are going to do this at 2 o'clock in the morning and other times when they already have full practices is not realistic. Co-responders are there. They're mental health crisis workers that work with the police department. They know all the local responders. Of everything you have on that list, I hope that you will consider that one of the highest priorities because it is a very big problem where we live and it needs to be addressed. And if we have the opportunity to do it, even for a year, then we can prove that it's working and then we can seek other funds. So please consider approving that and moving it forward.
Thank you, Barb. Any other members of the public? Not seeing or hearing any, I will bring this back to the board. And actually, I will bring it back to the board and look to Miranda. You've heard the discussion, you've heard the comments from the public, the sort of the agreement on the premium pay and utility payoff side of things. Do you think you have enough to sort of move forward on those, and then we hold further conversations regarding the other pieces?
Yeah, I think I do have, I just have a quick question. So when it comes to premium pay, for town, obviously we can quickly identify how much that would be. I'm curious if it's a desire of the board, though, to expand that, as Kyle Busey had noted, and reach out to these other essential businesses and get an idea. So what we would need to know is how many personnel worked within a set time period, and also how many hours they worked. And so I'd also need to, second part of that question is what kind of time frame are you looking at? Are you looking at March through June 2020, like Kathleen Chipai had recommended, a year like March to March? So that information would be helpful so I can come back to you with what that full cost would be. So I'll recap that. 2 questions. If you want to do it just town staff or break it up to the whole, all essential workers, and then what's the time frame?
Well, I think, not to speak for the rest of the board, but I think the town staff is a given. I think we can basically say yes to that. The second one is definitely a much more complicated problem. And I would almost think that's going to be something we need to kick back, work with the DDA with, and it would have to almost be another discussion item in itself because of the number of variables involved, the number of people, the number of service businesses, the time frame. That would be my thought, is that would have to be something we'd have to take a look at as sort of as a second piece of it. But other trustees? Jonathan?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I definitely would want to open this up to our other essential workers. I agree with you. It's probably going to need some support on the DDA, and potentially even the DDA can find funding within their own or seek other ways of reimbursing funds they could potentially use for this. But I do feel it's very important to honor all of the workers who continue to show up and be there in BNF and be there in ACE and banks and our restaurants, the Quick Mart, our gas stations. They had to take the brunt of this every day. And town staff is a given, but if there's any way that we can find a way to open this up, I do feel that is very important and would be a big show on the part of town and us as a governance of honoring them and honoring the fact that they continue to show up. So that's my 2 cents. I do agree it is a little bit more complicated and probably would be a discussion in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. Julian?
Yeah, I think this is a very fruitful discussion, and I don't have any specific strong opinions on this right now. I'm still needing to kind of cogitate on it.
Okay, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I would be hugely in favor of being able to provide a little more financial resource for, especially for frontline workers who dealt with the brunt of the pandemic. I guess the big question is just, what are the numbers? What does it look like? Is this a meaningful amount of money for doing such a thing? and how would that actually operate and how it would be administered. So it does seem like a complicated conversation. Sounds like the DDA would be a pretty decent place to go for determining some of this stuff and for getting some of these discussions happening. But I do think it's going to be a much longer conversation, and we just need to see the numbers and make sure that that it makes sense for this amount of money.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Tanya.
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay, Lindsay.
Yeah, so since this is a discussion item, we're going to bring this back, I guess, to vote then on specifics, on specific amounts of money and things like that, correct?
Yeah,
and it's go ahead, Miranda.
I was going to say, yeah, what I would do is bring back to you, kind of since we'll tackle this as an ongoing basis. For now, I'll bring back to you the utility bill payoff and premium pay for essential workers being town staff to begin with, and then look into those other pieces.
Okay, I think that sounds like a good plan.
Okay, Alan?
Yeah, I would concur. That sounds like a good plan that Miranda just laid out. And I guess in reflecting some more about the behavioral outreach person, I do, when I read the police reports, it seems like the majority of them are in that range of domestic issues and behavioral issues, and they do a fantastic job of de-escalating and handling a variety of very challenging positions. So I do think it's I'd agree with Barbara Hart and others like Eric, who said, this is something that is a definite community need, and the police have been making do in the meantime and doing a wonderful job at it.
Does that answer your question, Miranda?
Well, the only thing I guess then is when just looking at town staff as essential workers, what time frame should I be pulling so we can come back with that amount?
Well, I would say let's start by looking at kind of the brunt of it, which was the March to December of 2020.
Okay.
That would be my first thought, but I mean that's something we can, as we're putting it together, if that comes out as $100,000, then obviously we scale, maybe look at scaling it back, but we can start using that as a variable and a bar to adjust.
Okay, I may be able to work with Rita. I mean, we might not bring this back until September. Work with her to maybe do a month by month so that you could then narrow it down if that broad range ends up being quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. I think that sounds good.
Hey, could I just, Miranda, one curious question I guess I have. When it comes to the co-responder, is there any way that perhaps town staff could come back next month and maybe try to see if we have, I don't know, 40,000 in the budget, and that we could actually allocate some of town funding, find some town funding that we could allocate, and then use this funding to kind of, I guess, ease our way into this commitment as a town. I do also agree with Eric and Barbara that this is a need and would be extremely helpful in a lot of these scenarios and for a lot of people.
So actually, originally, we were going to bring this to the board in a similar manner to Big Springs Drive paving. We do have money in the fund balance to cover this position, but then upon further research into the American Rescue Plan, I identified that we could fund it through this program. So there is an opportunity to like half fund through the budget and then half fund through this program. And to clarify, the salary is actually anywhere from like 60 to 65 or 68. It's fringe benefits, which is what town staff have as well, that kicks it up to that 90,000. And Janine put that information in the PowerPoint that's in the packet. The last slide does the breakdown of cost But I'd be happy to work with Janine and come back to the board with a more thorough presentation about co-responders and some possible funding opportunities for it.
Honestly, my only reason of not saying that let's use this full is it just does seem like a lot of money out of this, and if we're going to start this program, we need to continue it. So I would be really interested in actually seeing this program come back under half funded by this funding and then funded in the other half by town funding. And then when we pass our budget this next year, making this a permanent part of our resources and providing the police with much needed resources and the community with much needed resources.
Another two opportunity is Marshall Johns reached out to the sheriff's department just to again see if they would split the cost. Now, if that were to occur, the person would go to the larger peak-to-peak region, which I don't think is a bad thing since our police officers already do support in the larger peak-to-peak. That's yet another opportunity that if we could even cut it down where town's part is 45 and we split it amongst these funds and budget, then you're even looking at $20,000 in each bucket. So there are lots of options, and we're happy to bring that back to the board to assess a little bit more.
It definitely sounds like there's a lot of interest in looking at those possibilities and bringing it back as a, as an option soon.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just to be clear, if this funding can potentially jumpstart what would be a permanent position that we can build into our budget, then I would be all for it. But just dropping $90,000 for a year's worth of it out of 300,000 does not seem like the most effective way of moving forward with a co-responder program.
Agreed. All right. I think this is the first of many of our APR discussions, and I think it was a good one. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Miranda, for pulling all that together, and look forward to seeing the next steps in all of those. We'll move on into our staff reports portion of the month's meeting, and we will begin with our town administrator and deputy town administrator, town clerk joint report. Karen and Miranda.
Hi, this is Karen, and since Miranda and I are working so closely together right now during this time of transition, we just thought it made sense to combine our efforts and present to you one report. And just for an update on the transition, leadership transition and how it's going, as you guys know, I'm taking a step back on some of the initiatives and projects and just providing support for Miranda as she's taking more of a leadership role in some of those areas. Been working really closely with Rita and Miranda and the department heads on the 2022 budget process. Also working very closely with Rita and introducing kind of the audit process to Miranda as we are working on our 2020 audit, which, as you all know, we need to post with the state by July 31st, and we will definitely be able to do that this year. Also worked with Rita on the renewal packages for our CIRSA property and casualty coverage and our workman's comp coverage, very complicated forms and documentation that we needed to prepare, and that was all submitted on time. Also working with Miranda on emergency preparedness, emergency response, and recovery. I'm just making sure she knows who all the players are and the different sort of resources that we have out there. So I'll begin tonight's report, and I just wanted to start with our staff accolades. And today we are recognizing Peter Kasich. He is our administrative assistant at Town Hall. Of course, he is the administrative assistant for basically the community. He helps people with their eco passes, sometimes it's understanding their utilities bill, or people come into Town Hall and he's so friendly and warm and might just help them understand some fun historical fact. or know where some of the best trails are or what have you if the visitor center's closed. He's just got very positive energy. He's a real likable guy, very warm. And he's also helping us kind of up our game when it comes to our social media. And his next project's going to be working on our website. So we really appreciate having him on board. I did include the schedule for the 2022 budget, and we are on target with the schedule. Everything's moving along very well. Had our meetings with the department heads. So right now the finance team is Rita, myself, and Miranda. And so we've been meeting with all the department heads and division heads to talk about kind of their hopes and aspirations for their department for 22, and then how the budget will align with that. And something different we're doing this year is instead of having in-person public charrettes, we're going to do YouTube videos. So then the public can view them anytime and then provide feedback as well. Since, you know, we're still in a precarious time with the pandemic, we thought that would be a safer way. And we're actually hoping to have more engagement that way as well. I did want to let you know that and you'll hear more from Rita in her report, but sales tax revenue is up this year, 17% so far, year to date for what we've received. And that's 17% over last year. So I just wanted to remind you that one of the conversations you'll be having in regards to the 22 budget is creating that designated CIP fund. And so that's also part of the discussions we've been having with the department heads is, you know, what would that look like and how could that be utilized? As far as the recommendation of how to invest the town's revenue that is basically in reserves or in savings, we did want to just update everyone that while we are digging deeper in the Kahlo Trust, and we do thank the trustees who have asked us some questions, some great questions, and engaged in this conversation with us, we also have been in introductory conversations with our bank in town to see what else they might be able to offer for us. So what we're recommending at this point is we would love it if 2 board members would be willing to join in this effort and work together with the finance team as we continue to research some of these options and then come back at a future meeting and make a recommendation. And one of the reasons why we're just not feeling this is terribly urgent right now is that with Kahlo Trust, even though the return on the investment is something like 7 times higher than what we're making right now because interest rates are so low, the difference is still pretty negligible for what it would do to our budget. So instead of rushing and making a decision, we just thought it'd be better to take a more measured approach. So if that is something that you're interested in, please email Rita, me, Miranda, let us know that you'd be interested. And as we said, we're looking for 2 board members to do that. I do have a niche update as well. Unfortunately, their outreach coordinator had to resign due to some family concerns. But then Henry Schliff, who works with the Socks and Sandwiches program, volunteered to step right in, which he has done. Something kind of cool about Henry is he goes to the campgrounds on his bike, and he's able to go even deeper into the campground and get around pretty easily, and is making good relationships with the folks who are camping. Now we're seeing a big reduction in the number of people being served and still feeling, you know, aspects from the pandemic. Right now they've only served 14 homeless campers, which is a big drop. And they're also seeing a drop in their Socks and Sandwiches program. But they do want to continue the program, even though they are seeing the reductions in numbers, because they do figure it's going to increase at some point, and they don't want to lose any momentum. I'm not going to do a COVID update since you had that great presentation by the Boulder County Public Health group just earlier tonight. I know Claudia did a great presentation on the clinical family health outreach program that I'm working with that committee on. So hopefully you guys have already replied to the survey. If you haven't, the link is there. And then Miranda, do you want to take it from there?
Yes, so a recovery to roadmap process, the regional project is moving forward. I did include the orientation slides just so the board could see that process, but we're in the groundwork phase, which is really where we connect with our teams, the other municipalities we're working with to assess, what are our shared expectations, what are our needs, kind of the vulnerabilities and the issue areas that we want to address, and some potential strategies to explore with our consultant, which will really be the next phase, is to be paired up with that consultant and to start to build kind of the action plan for how we move forward. So we'll keep the board updated as that process goes on. Because this is a shared report, I'm throwing in some clerk updates. The applications for town clerk were due on Friday. We received 4 applications and are moving forward with starting some initial interviews with top candidates. Over the last 30 days, we issued 36 new and renewed business licenses. I'm working on the liquor license renewal for Crosscut. Right now, there is no marijuana update. From building permits, we've issued 4 permits in the last year. I have not received any core requests over the last 30 days. And then some special events, I like to list those. The one big thing I want to point out is the Ned Gravel Bike Race. That is on the 31st of July. We are anticipating that there will be anywhere from 650 to 700 riders coming into town along with their family members. The races do start out of Chipeta Park. And so there's been a lot of social media posts kind of outlining the impact of that. Chipeta is used also as a vendor area for family members to connect with booths. They also will have alcohol being served, beer being served at Chipeta Park. And then once the event is over, they are encouraged to disperse to local businesses. They have secured numerous parking spaces throughout town and will have flaggers so that they shouldn't be parking in any of our kind of main areas. Those spots are Community Center, Elementary School, Caribou Room, and Eldora. And they do have shuttles to move people from those locations. We've been planning the event for a year. It feels like it's in a really great place. And so we're looking forward to hosting an event since we haven't done so on the more larger scale in a couple of years now, a year and a half at least. So that's one of the biggest things coming up. And then in September, we have the Ned race and Buff Classic, which again have a pretty high count. And so we'll keep the board updated as those pieces come into play. Are there questions for myself or Karen?
Thank you guys. Thank you both. As a reminder of any trustees who want to work on the financial investment plan, shoot your email to Karen. Before we dive into Rita, do I have a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30?
I'll motion to extend.
Eric has a motion to extend. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And a second. Miranda, please call the vote.
Trustee Taylor.
Yes.
Trustee Danforth. Trustee Danforth, are you there?
Reluctant, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I reluctantly agree.
Okay, Trustee Apt.
Yes.
Trustee Coombs Ismail.
Yes.
Mayor Larson.
Yes.
Trustee Corvallin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhover.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Hardest vote we make every week, every month. Rita, thanks for sticking with us. Town Treasurer Report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, trustees, and members of the public. June financials are trending, still increase in tax revenue and a decrease in expenses. And as Karen had mentioned, we are at 17% higher in sales tax revenue, or $113,000 when compared to last year in June. And this month, you'll see that the year-to-date change in the actual fund balances show an increase in all the fund balances, which is great news. I'm just going to talk about a couple of the funds. In the general fund, the year-to-date revenue totals $1,217,000, which is an increase of 26% from the budgeted amount. As Miranda had mentioned, that is really mainly due to receiving that first of the two payments of the American Rescue Plan in the amount of the $192,000. In addition to that, as well, though, sales tax revenue represented a 25% increase over the budgeted amount, and the use tax, which is really amazing, is at 391% increase. So $39,000 over the budgeted amount of $10,000. Overall, the year-to-date change in the actual fund balance, which is your revenue minus expenses in the general fund, equals an increase of $301,000, which does include that $192,000 from the ARP revenue, ARP fund. So excluding that, the net increase in the general fund is at $109,000. The only other fund I'll mention is your water fund. Year-to-date revenue totals $452,000, which is a 35% increase from the budgeted amount. Year-to-date PIF fees came in at $106,000, which is amazing. It's at 188% above the budgeted amount as of June. We budgeted $74,000 for the whole year. So the $106,000 as of June represent 144% above the budget. That's really all I'm going to talk about. My report is in your packet. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you, Rita. Any questions for the treasurer? Not. We will move on to the town marshal report.
Actually, I have one more thing. I'm sorry. If you don't have any questions, I did want to let the board know that I will be leaving for Switzerland at the end of this month, and I will be returning in the middle of August.
Have a great trip to Switzerland.
Thank you.
Town Marshal, Larry Johns.
Good evening, board. Wasn't too sure I was going to be able to make this one, but did just want to throw out there the idea for the Big Springs Trail for walking or bike trail. I think it's a great idea. That section of road gets a whole bunch of pedestrian traffic, and there's really nowhere for them to be. So I think it's a good idea if that could get pulled off. The speed trailer is currently being charged, so we will get that out tomorrow, and we can put it back up on Big Springs if that seems to be a viable spot that is working. As far as speeding goes on Big Springs, we try to do some speed on and off, but I will tell you, when we talk to people there, they're all Big Springs residents, and they all don't seem to know what the speed limit is. So I just hope you support us when we do start writing tickets up there on a more consistent basis. So diving into the report here, I'm not going to get into everything tonight. I'll obviously have probably some questions, but I think it's important to note that we've seen a pretty big increase in DUI drivers in the last couple of months, and significant alcohol content, a 178 out of one and a 295 out of another. That's huge. I mean, that's like falling over pretty much, depending upon what your level of drinking ability is. So it is concerning. The last one over the 4th of July weekend, the male had made allegations that he was sexually assaulted. There's no video that shows anything even close to that, but that probably took up a few more hours of my time just to review all that stuff, collect video, go through it, dispute it. It's just really frustrating, the wasted time that it brings. We did have a stolen car that came through town a few weeks back that could have been a really significant incident in town. Fortunately, the decision was made not to confront the driver inside the smoker friendly. The fear was that there could be something bad happen, basically, whether that's a shooting, just a critical incident, you know, a whole bunch of people in there and guns being drawn. It just probably wouldn't have turned out so great. So he ended up escaping, basically, or let escape, so to speak. Lakewood police thought he was a gang member. We recovered video. I spoke with Lakewood police and told them we have video, but I never heard back from them. So it's obviously way low on their priority list compared to the crimes that they're dealing with. You know, high on our list, but low on theirs. So probably the most notable thing that happened the last month was we had a domestic incident up on the Big Springs area where a male was intoxicated, arguing with his girlfriend, ended up later on pulling a gun, threatening himself. He went outside, cranked off a round. I'm not sure how the female saw this or whatever, but she reported to dispatch that he has blood all over him. So we expected, you know, a gunshot victim. When we got there, that wasn't the case. He didn't shoot himself. He shot somewhere, who knows where. But that's confirmed by witnesses in the area that heard the gunshot. So, but another, you know, relatively high stressful call for several deputies and Nederland officer. Fortunately, he was able to be taken into custody and nobody was injured. Haven't heard anything else from him, so I guess he's behaving right now. We'll see, but I don't, excuse me, don't expect that to be forever. I will just throw out there that he was released on a PR bond. The only charges that we could charge him with was prohibited use of a weapon, meaning shooting the gun and being intoxicated in possession of the gun. So couldn't get him on any menacing or on a domestic due to the lack of cooperation. Boulder sheriffs were dispatched to a burglary alarm over at the Quick Mart. Went inside and they found a female in there kind of snacking away with her little doggy. She was taken into custody. The dog actually got away from them and was running around the immediate area there most of the morning. Her car had been parked at the pumps at Smoker Friendly. So obviously it was abandoned there. I appreciate Smoker Friendly for being patient and working with Ned Police and Ned Police getting with the jail and requesting that she be released or get to court that day so she could potentially be released, so the vehicle could be removed without being towed. And actually the biggest thing was just the dog kept circling back. It had nowhere to go. So we got consent to open up the car and got the dog inside there and gave him food and water, and kind of a happy ending there for at least for the dog. Excuse me. We responded to a juvenile having a mental health break. That actually went really well for us. We weren't expecting it to maybe go so well. There had been previous reports that he was uncooperative with other people, but enough time speaking with them, everything just played out well and there was no incident. We are seeing that we're being forced to transport people on these mental health holds all the way out to a Vista Hospital or Good Sam's. In one case, they suggested I go to Longmont. I told them that was ridiculous. So I'm not sure what's up with Boulder Community, but they're full or they're just not taking people. So it's pulling us farther away from town when we actually do have to take people down on a mental health hold. Officer spent 4 or 5 long hours with, actually more than that, with a female in distress at Curcio Park. Fortunately, it worked out well for her, but it was a pretty sad situation. I'm proud of the outcome on this. You know, it's a lot of time invested that would never happen anywhere else, or at least not in the metro area. 4th of July parade was fantastic in my opinion. Best one I ever seen, best one I ever attended. Just one of my favorite events to work. Staffing report, we spoke about last month about hiring a person and send him to academy. We were really excited to do that. Unfortunately, things just didn't work out and that fell through. Obviously, we would be still looking for somebody, for the right person, not just for somebody, but for the right person. Officer Eric, his wife is due pretty much any day. So he will be out on leave starting Friday for sure. And that's going to be, 5 to 6 weeks out for him. So it tightens up things for us as far as scheduling and just puts us in more of a bind and stuff like that. Spreads us more thin. Officer JP Niehaus attended the week-long crisis intervention training. That's probably the best training that's out there that I've been to, in my opinion. It's a week-long event and it can be pretty high stress at times, but it's really valuable. Everybody's been to it so far except Eric, and he is scheduled to go in December, I believe, is the next class. So that is pretty much the majority, the meat of the report. Obviously, any questions, I'd be glad to address them.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone have questions for the Marshal?
Marshal Johns, this is Trustee Taylor. I'd just like to note that I'm always inspired by portions of your report. I think you folks are doing a fantastic job.
Agreed. The variety of things they deal with and the professional way they deal with them all is incredible, and really thankful for you guys.
I appreciate that. One more thing I just want to throw out there real quick. I meant to start with is today we actually made 3 trips to Boulder. JP just took an intoxicated male down here at 9 o'clock this morning. First thing at 8 this morning, took a homeless male down who was having mental health issues and wanted to talk to somebody. And middle of the day was kind of one of our semi-frequent flyers who's been around town kind of causing trouble, which really was kind of inappropriate to add charges to him. I don't really think that the system's doing him very much good. So, but I can guarantee you the majority of the people in the business district are glad that he's not in town, at least today. So 3 trips to Boulder today, which is, out of the ordinary, but this was part of today's work schedule, I guess.
Well, thank you, Chief. Public Works, Chris.
Hey, I'm here. Okay, so my report's in the packet. I'll answer anything you guys like, but I wanted to draw to your attention specifically at the end of my report. It's about the Old Town shop site, and for the most part that covers it. But there's a couple points I wanted to bring up because it is budgeting season. So first of all, as we've gone through the soils testing at the shop, and we've performed our phase 1 assessment, and we've kind of done a half of phase 2 assessment and kind of determined the area of contamination within the ground. As we do all this stuff, we share this information with the state, CDPHE, and get guidance from them on our next steps. And what they've determined is that the contamination is contained on site. So as long as it's not disturbed, we don't actually, or rather the town doesn't actually have to do anything and leave it capped as it is. Just one of the reasons why I haven't removed the foundation, just the foundation alone until we're actually ready to clean it up. So that the reason why I bring that up is I am budgeting this year to put some monitoring wells. That's about $20,000, and that's the next step for a full phase 2 assessment, because the next step is to understand if the groundwater has been contaminated. And you can't do that unless you have some wells and you can sample them. That'll cost about $20,000. The reason why I bring that up is I know that SAB is looking for places to put a community solar garden. There's also uses you could do with the land without having to excavate it. It could be parking or a park or something like that. Some way to use the land without actually having to disturb the land. And another thing to think about also is that the land can't be sold until it's cleaned. It can't really be developed until it's cleaned. So for all those reasons, it would probably be a good thing to clean it up. However, you don't have to. And it might be a good piece of land for a solar garden and without having to commit to the cost of cleaning it up. I have also received some quotes for mitigating the soil that's there. And it'd probably be roughly $100,000 to remove the soil, dispose of it properly, and then replace it with new soil. So those are just some things to think about, and I was hoping, yeah, I don't need an answer tonight, but as I consider drilling these wells next year, if that's the direction we want to go, or are there alternative ideas for this piece of land? So that was it. That was just want to give a brief update on that, and be happy to answer any other questions.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, definitely a discussion item for the future. Anyone have questions for Public Works? Not, we will move on to Community Center. Dawn.
Good evening. My report is in your packet. It's fairly brief. Got some pictures of the filming that was going on at the community center a couple weeks ago, and most of you have probably seen the same crew out and about town, putting their things together. A lot of town staff has been interfacing with this film crew in a lot of ways. They've been a pleasure to work with. They're a good group of folks. I do want to point out that the Mountain Forum for Peace sale is all set up, and we chatted this afternoon, and for the first time ever, they have had to cut their drop-off short. They've reached the carrying capacity at the community center by 6 o'clock this evening. So they are trying to notice that they won't be receiving any more donations tomorrow. I'm sure that's going to have to be a little bit flexible, as some people will not get the memo, but community center is definitely full. A lot of furniture there right now. So please come shopping this Friday and Saturday and Sunday. Also on those pictures, I am still the community center manager. Kurt is still the office manager. The caption there was a typo in the caption. So my apologies on that. Any questions?
Thanks, Dawn. I know I've been sitting here watching the Happy Birthday Charlie filming happening on my street all day today. So it was kind of fun to watch that happen from my home office.
Yeah.
Any questions for Dawn? All right. Thank you, Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
We'll move forward. Trustee and I guess my mayor and trustee reports. Mine's in here. I think we've all heard the great news that Congressman Neguse called me a couple weeks ago to let me know that the House Subcommittee, Appropriations Subcommittee, had approved our Big Springs egress funding. And now we're kind of going to move forward on making that happen. We had that great walk with him couple months ago now, where we discussed how we're going to do this without impacting the wetlands. And I'm really looking forward to, in the hopefully coming week, meeting with you, Tanya, with Rick Durr, with Jesse, and the Big Springs Egress Committee that we put together last December, and start figuring out how to route this. And I know Rick had some meetings yesterday that hopefully are going to have some good new information for us. The second thing I wanted to say that I've been working on is I've been talking to our representatives regarding redistricting. I know we're all aware that the congressional redistricting map moved us from CD2, that is Congressman Negus's district, over into CD3, which is Congresswoman Bobert's district. It split up Boulder County. Anyway, what I would like to do is I just want to let you guys know that I am planning to attend the redistricting hearing on August 11th, and I would like to speak on behalf of the town of Nederland. I'm going to be writing up what I'd like to say with regards both to the congressional redistricting as well as the state house redistricting, and I'll distribute those and get feedback from the Board of Trustees at our meeting in early August. And then hopefully you'll approve that I can speak on behalf of the town of Nederland that we should remain within CD2 at the minimum. We have a great relationship with Congressman Negus, and everything in common with CD2 versus CD3. So that really covers what I wanted to talk about tonight, and I will pass this on to Mayor Pro Tem Baumhofer.
Nothing to report at this time. Was unable to attend the last DDA meeting. So pass it right along to the next trustees member.
Okay, Trustee Apt.
Yes, I guess good news. Solarize Nederland was very successful. Several people signed up and we met our goal. So thanks for your support on the rebate. And an intriguing situation with Sunshare. They have a solar garden with 200 open slots. Unfortunately, it's a little more expensive per month, but not a lot more expensive. So for middle income people who want to offset their energy usage with solar, $5 more per month or $60 more per year. I'll be discussing it with SAB and then bringing it back to the board for your input.
Great, thanks, Alan. Trustee Coombs Ismail.
Yeah, just a few things that are in my report already that I'd like to call some attention to, and that is conversations that ProSab has been having with Nederland Tennis and will then also have with Nedrink are going very well, and I think that we're going to come up with some creative solutions to how we're going to manage these town assets going forward that these nonprofits manage. The ProSab also unanimously voted to recommend denying the right-of-way vacation request for South Johnson Street and continue to work on the trails master plan, continue to work on the Nederland Shoreline Trail Restoration Stewardship Project. And also we are prompted to start working on cataloging Nederland's pocket parks and start thinking about what kind of maintenance plans we might be able to develop for those. There was a special meeting called of the Boulder County Consortium of Cities, and the meeting entirely revolved around SB 21256, the local regulation of firearms. And so this is an issue that is going to be coming kind of down the pipeline, driven mostly by the county and by the city of Boulder, as I understand it. There were many people in attendance at this special meeting. It's a special meeting because it was not previously scheduled, and the meeting really revolved around this bill, explaining what the bill does, how it operates, how it works. It essentially allows for local governments and municipalities to further regulate firearms beyond state laws, and that has prompted a number of municipalities and the county of Boulder to push towards creating a set of ordinances that could be adopted, kind of boilerplate ordinances that could be adopted by governments throughout the county. I'm not going to go through all the details that I put here. I hope that everybody does take a look at them, though, because I think it's important to know what is being discussed, what kinds of ordinances we're talking about here, and I've listed out a number of them. But I think it's also important to know who is recommending these ordinances and how this is actually coming about, rather than it just kind of generally coming from some unnameable mass of county officials. So there are a lot of individuals involved in this, and there are some organizations that are being brought in to advise. And so I just think it's really important for this board to know what these conversations are and where they're coming from. And I'll continue to report on this as it's discussed further potentially at County Consortium of Cities meetings. There was a call to action regarding this, and that was that we were asked to have a conversation about this at the local level. And so that's something that I hope we can get as a discussion item potentially on a future agenda to sort of work out where exactly Nederland stands on this, because we are going to be asked by the consortium and by the county in the future of what might be possible in the town of Ned in relation to what they might do countywide. So it's a complicated subject. The meeting was very one-sided in terms of who was present at the meeting, I would say, and the public who were in attendance did have a lot to say about how this was being discussed. So I think that it's a complex issue. It's something that is going to come down to us now that that Bill 256 is signed into law. So hopefully y'all can review this, and I tried to be as accurate as I could in terms of who said what, and we can have a conversation about it sometime in the future. And I don't know if anybody has any questions about that.
I'm sure we have lots of questions, Eric. But thank you for tracking that. And yeah, that's definitely going to be something we need to discuss, how we address that and how we weigh in as a town. Any other questions for Eric? No. Trustee Corvallin? Tanya, you're on mute. We'll come back to Tanya. Trustee Danforth?
I actually don't have anything to report at this time.
Okay. Trustee Taylor?
Well, I actually attended the Planning Commission for, it seems like the first time, where they reviewed the strip of land near South Johnson Street between West Spring Street and West Breed Street, which Trustee Coombs Esmail talked about. Planning Commission had a kind of an interesting conversation. You may want to look at the document. In the end, the Planning Commission decided that vacating that piece of land would not serve the best interests of the town of Nederland. But to be fair, they were going to turn it over to ProSab because they understood that ProSab had some possible uses for that land. And as you know from Trustee Coombs Esmail's report, ProSab also did not look favorably upon that request. So that was it.
Thank you, Julian. Circle back, Tanya? Trustee Corvallin? May have.
I have
There we
nothing to
go.
report. It says right there.
Okay. Thanks, Tanya. Then in that case, that concludes trustees and mayor's reports. Does anyone have any other business that they'd like to bring up before we adjourn for the night?
Actually, I just wanted to suggest we consider increasing our budget for Board of Trustees ability to attend conferences. We have $1,000 right now, which wouldn't go very far if we all decided to go to the CML conference in Westminster, for example. And we seem to have a little bit of room in the budget. So I don't want to discuss it tonight, but I just thought I'd bring it up and we could discuss it at some future date.
Yeah, okay, we can bring that up as we start looking at the budget for next year.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Anyone else? Anyone want to make a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Second.
We have a motion and multiple seconds. Miranda, please call the vote.
Mayor Larson,
Yes.
Trustee Taylor,
Yes.
Trustee Apt,
Yes.
Trustee Danforth,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baumhover,
Yes.
Trustee Corvallin,
Yes.
Trustee Coombs Ismail.
Yes.
Meeting is so adjourned at 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Great meeting tonight, and hope to see you all around town soon.
Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night.